Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I arrived in Havens Bend on a late autumn afternoon, when the sun hung low and the sky was painted in hues of blood, orange and deep violet. I had lived my entire 17 years in this sleepy town, where every face was familiar and every street corner held a memory. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the spectacle that was unfolding on its outskirts. A traveling carnival, with its faded yet vibrant banners, its mismatched tents, and an air of secret promise, had rolled into town without warning. I still remember the mix of awe and unease that churned within me as I stepped off my bicycle and approached the carnival grounds. It was as if the entire carnival were an organism alive with mystery and hidden sorrow. The first glimpse I caught was of the massive main tent, its flaps billowing slightly as if it were breathing. It loomed in the distance, a fortress of color and sound that defied the quiet dignity of our small town. I couldn't help but feel that the carnival, with its garish neon lights and wildly painted signboards, was out of place, a sudden burst of chaotic energy in an otherwise predictable world. Even from afar, I sensed that there was something uncanny about the way the performers moved and smiled. Their expressions were painted on as if to hide something far deeper, something secret that whispered from the shadows behind their carefully applied makeup. I remember thinking, with an instinctive chill, that perhaps these smiles were less about joy and more about the burden of a curse that they carried. My curiosity, which often led me to wander the lonely roads around town, was piqued by this inexplicable mixture of wonder and foreboding. I had never seen a carnival arrive so abruptly before, and the excitement of a novelty clashing with a creeping dread pulled me inexorably towards its heart. I locked my bicycle outside the small parking area near the entrance and hesitated for a moment before stepping through the ornate, creaking gate. The closer I got, the more the carnival seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Flickering lights, the distant sound of calliope music, and the murmur of a crowd merging into a symphony of hushed secrets greeted me as I entered. The initial few steps inside the carnival grounds felt as if I were crossing an invisible boundary between the mundane world and a realm where the extraordinary reigned. Every inch of the space was alive with the energy of hidden stories. I wandered along a narrow, winding pathway lined with curious booths and attractions. There were games that promised prizes too good to be true, oddities that defied simple explanation, and stalls where fortune tellers beckoned with eyes that seemed to peer directly into your soul. I felt both drawn to and repelled by the spectacle, as though the carnival was simultaneously offering refuge and warning. I paused in front of a mirror maze that stood at the far end of a crooked lane. Its exterior was decorated with swirling patterns of gold and crimson, and through the glass, I could see the distorted reflections of those who dared to enter. A voice, soft and melodic, whispered from somewhere beyond the glass, "Welcome, seeker." It sent a shiver down my spine, and I quickly pulled my gaze away, trying to dismiss it as a trick of my imagination. Yet, deep within, I couldn't shake the feeling that the carnival was speaking directly to me, acknowledging something in me that I had never before understood. There was an almost tangible magnetism in the way the carnival exuded its secrets. Every performer seemed to be a living enigma, a puzzle with pieces that, when assembled correctly, would reveal a truth too overwhelming to face. I watched as a juggler in a tattered costume tossed flaming batons into the air with practiced ease, his eyes dark and distant, as if he were recalling a distant memory with every throw. Nearby, a contortionist moved with the grace of a whispered legend, bending in impossible ways that defied both gravity and expectation. Yet, behind their performances and carefully rehearsed routines, I sensed an undercurrent of sorrow and regret. Like ghosts from a long, forgotten past, that were doomed to perform their tragic dance over and over again. As I ventured further, the atmosphere began to change. The joyous cacophony of laughter and music took on a more somber tone, and the shadows around me deepened. I soon discovered a narrow path that led to a secluded section of the carnival, a place that seemed deliberately hidden from the main thoroughfare. The cobblestone path, worn smooth by the tread of countless visitors, was flanked by old, ivy-covered structures. Their once bright colors had faded to an almost mournful patina, as if they too bore the weight of centuries of secrets. I hesitated at the entrance, my heart pounding with an inexplicable dread. Something about the silence that lay beyond called to a part of me I had long tried to ignore. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward into this quiet enclave. It was there that I first encountered the mysterious figure who would change everything. Seated at a small, round table covered with a tattered velvet cloth was an old fortune teller. Her eyes, though tired, burned with an intensity that belied her frail appearance. The table was strewn with a scattering of tarot cards, their images faded yet unmistakable. I approached hesitantly, drawn by the silent promise of answers. "Would you care for a reading?" she asked, her voice both gentle and insistent. There was an undercurrent of urgency in her tone, suggestion that the secrets of the carnival were intertwined with my own destiny. I sat across from her, feeling the weight of the moment settle around me. As her gnarled fingers slid a tarot card from the deck, I noticed that it was the Tower, a symbol of sudden upheaval and inevitable change. My pulse quickened, and for a moment, I was lost in a haze of foreboding. "You have come at a time of great change," she murmured, her eyes locking onto mine. "This carnival, with all its beauty and terror, is not merely a passing amusement. It is a harbinger of secrets long buried, of sins that this town has tried to forget. And you are not here by mere chance." Her words stirred something deep within me, a mixture of dread and a strange, inexplicable recognition. I felt as though I were teetering on the brink of a revelation that would upend everything I believed about myself. In that quiet moment, the carnival around me seemed to blur into a tapestry of hidden meanings. The laughter of distant children, the whispered promises of the attractions, and the soft rustle of old leaves all merged into one haunting symphony. I could not tell if the fortune teller's words were the ramblings of an aged mystic, or the genuine utterances of someone who saw more than the average eye could perceive. Her gaze was steady, as if she were challenging me to accept the unthinkable truth lurking just beneath the surface of my existence. "There is a darkness here, one that feeds on fear and despair," she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But within that darkness lies the potential for redemption, a chance to either perpetuate the curse or to break it once and for all." Her words echoed in my mind as I left the small alcove and made my way back towards the main carnival grounds. The setting sun had deepened the shadows, and the once bright colors of the tents now appeared almost spectral. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the haunted eyes of the performers watching my every move. The feeling of being both observed and judged was overwhelming, as if the carnival itself were a living, breathing entity that knew my secrets and was waiting to reveal them at the most inopportune moment. I recalled her words as I walked past the mirror maze, the juggler and the contortionist, each of them now seeming less like entertainers and more like silent heralds of an ancient tale. Their eyes, fixed in perpetual performance, hinted at a personal anguish that they could not escape, a sorrow that resonated with my own inner turmoil. The carnival was no longer just an exotic diversion. It was a reflection of something much darker, a twisted mirror that revealed the hidden sins of Heaven's Bend, and perhaps even my own. Every step I took was heavy with the sense that destiny was unfolding around me, layer by intricate layer. The carnival, with its luminous lights and the ever-present undertone of melancholy, was not merely a transient spectacle. It was a manifestation of a long-held secret, a cursed existence that thrived on the fears of those who dared to dream of escape. I couldn't help but feel that my arrival here was no accident, that the threads of fate had been silently weaving a tapestry that connected my life with the dark heart of this traveling carnival. The more I observed, the more I noticed subtle clues hidden in plain sight. A torn scrap of paper pinned beneath a stall's faded banner bore a strange symbol. A symbol that I later learned was linked to an old, almost forgotten legend of Haven's Bend. In another instance, I overheard a hushed conversation between two performers, their voices low and laden with regret. They spoke of past tragedies and whispered of a curse that had haunted the carnival for generations. Their words were cryptic, yet the pain in their tone was unmistakable. I was beginning to understand that the carnival was not simply a collection of oddities and performers, but a living relic of history, a repository of sins and secrets that had long been buried. The creeping dusk lent the carnival an ethereal quality, and as darkness fell, the neon lights took on an otherworldly glow. I found myself drawn once more to the fortune teller's secluded corner, desperate for clarity amidst the mounting confusion. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of damp earth and old paper. I took a seat opposite her again, compelled by a need to understand the visions that now plagued my thoughts. "What did you mean when you said I am linked to this place?" I asked quietly, my voice betraying the uncertainty I felt inside. She studied me with eyes that seemed to pierce through the veils of time. "You carry the mark of the carnival," she replied, her tone measured and grave. "Not merely as an observer, but as one whose very soul is intertwined with its fate. The carnival's curse is not just a myth. It is a living reality, fed by the sins of those who have come before you. And now, you must decide whether you will be its savior or its next victim." I felt a chill crawl along my spine as I absorbed her words. The idea that I might be more than just an ordinary teenager, a mere spectator in a world far larger and darker than I had ever imagined, was both exhilarating and terrifying. As the night deepened, I reluctantly rose from my seat, my mind swirling with thoughts and images I could barely comprehend. The fortune teller's parting words echoed in my ears as I walked back through the carnival, now a place of eerie silhouettes and whispered secrets. Every face I passed seemed to hold a story of sorrow, every smile a mask concealing a hidden pain. I could not escape the feeling that the carnival was watching me, judging me, and waiting for the moment when the veil between our worlds would finally be lifted. The final stretch of the evening was a blur of sensory impressions. I passed by a small booth where a faded sign read, "Dreams and Nightmares." Its window was filled with curious artifacts, a broken music box, an old photograph, a rusted key. And I wondered if these objects were remnants of lives lost or warnings of what was to come. The carnival had become a labyrinth of symbols and metaphors, each element resonating with the secret histories of Haven's Bend. I paused at the booth, running my fingers over the cold metal of the key, and felt a surge of inexplicable recognition. It was as though the object carried a memory, a whisper of a time when I had known nothing but innocence and hope. Now, it was a relic of a past that was steeped in darkness. I finally made my way to the edge of the carnival grounds, where a narrow path led back to the familiar streets of Haven's Bend. I hesitated at the threshold, torn between the desire to leave behind the enigmatic spectacle and the urge to plunge deeper into its mysteries. In that moment, I realized that the carnival was not simply an external force. It was a reflection of the hidden parts of my own soul, the questions that had haunted me for so long. The inexplicable pull that had drawn me to this place were now inextricably linked to the fate of the carnival and the secrets it guarded. Standing at the boundary between two worlds, I knew that I was at the very beginning of a journey that would challenge everything I thought I knew about destiny, identity, and the nature of curses. The carnival had arrived with its painted smiles and haunting secrets, and in its presence, I could no longer ignore the possibility that my own life was part of a larger, more sinister design. as I took one final look back at the glowing silhouettes of tents and performers disappearing into the night, I felt an unshakable certainty that nothing would ever be the same again. The carnival had spoken to me, its whispers echoing in the corridors of my mind, promising that the truth, no matter how painful, was worth seeking. And so, with a heart full of trepidation and a mind ablaze with questions, I stepped away from the carnival's edge, knowing that the journey I had just begun would force me to confront not only the dark legacy of this mysterious traveling show, but also the hidden shadows within myself. I walked back to Haven's Bend, the cool night air filled with an undercurrent of magic and menace, determined to uncover the secrets that the carnival had so carefully concealed behind its cheerful facade. In that moment, I understood that every smile, every whispered promise, and every hidden glance was part of a story far greater than any I could have imagined. A story in which I was destined to play a pivotal role. As I reached the quiet streets of my hometown, the distant sounds of the carnival, laughter, music, and the faint murmur of voices seemed to follow me like a persistent echo. I knew that the carnival's presence would soon begin to blur the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary, dragging us all into a web of ancient curses, unresolved sins, and the relentless pull of fate. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness and uncertainty, yet I could not turn away. The carnival had opened a door to a world of secrets that I was now compelled to explore, a world where the past and present intertwined in a tapestry of joy and sorrow, hope and despair. In the silence of that night, as I lay awake in my room pondering the fortune teller's cryptic words, I realized that the carnival was not simply an intruder in our quiet town. It was a mirror held up to our deepest fears and hidden truths. And in that mirror, I could see my own reflection, marked by destiny and burdened with a legacy I had yet to fully understand. My journey had just begun, and I knew that the answers I sought would come at a price. Yet, despite the looming threat of a curse and the dark secrets whispered among the carnival's painted smiles, I felt an undeniable pull toward the unknown. With every beat of my heart, I felt the carnival's influence growing stronger, as if it were calling me to step further into its embrace. And though fear gnawed at the edges of my resolve, I also sensed a spark of courage stirring within me, a quiet determination to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. The carnival had arrived, and with it, the promise of transformation. Whether it would lead to redemption or doom, only time would reveal. For now, I had taken the first step on a path that promised to unravel the mysteries of the past and reshape the future of Haven's Bend. I closed my eyes that night, the echo of the fortune teller's words mingling with the distant laughter and haunting melodies of the carnival. I drifted into uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with images of flickering lights, shadowy figures, and a destiny that I had yet to embrace. In those dreams, I saw the carnival in all its beauty and terror, a living, breathing enigma that held the power to both destroy and heal. And as dawn broke over the horizon, I awoke with a newfound resolve, ready to face the mysteries that the carnival had set in motion. Thus began my journey into the heart of darkness and wonder, a journey that would challenge everything I thought I knew about fate, identity, and the hidden forces that shape our lives. The carnival was no longer a distant spectacle. It had become an integral part of my existence, its secrets entwined with my own. And so, with a deep breath and a heart full of questions, I stepped forward into the unknown, determined to uncover the truth behind the painted smiles and the cursed legacy that beckoned me ever onward. I never imagined that the carnival's arrival would mark the beginning of a night filled with both wonder and dread. In the hours after sunset, when the town of Haven's Bend was cloaked in shadows and silence, I found myself irresistibly drawn back to the carnival grounds. The cheerful chaos of the daytime had long faded into a mysterious, almost otherworldly hush. It was as if the carnival itself had shed its garish daytime persona and revealed a more enigmatic and secretive face. A face that whispered forgotten truths, and untold sorrows in the cool embrace of the night. I stepped through the rusted iron gate, which groaned in protest as I pushed it open, and was immediately engulfed by an atmosphere that seemed to hum with hidden energy. The sounds of the night, an indistinct murmur of voices, the soft creak of aged wood, and the distant chime of a clock tower, merged into a single, eerie lullaby. The carnival's neon signs, now subdued and ghostly under the moonlight, flickered uncertainly, as if reluctant to reveal their full meaning. Every tent, every booth, every twisted figure appeared as a shadow of its daytime self, hinting at secrets that lay beneath layers of colorful paint and practiced smiles. I made my way along a narrow, winding path lined with rows of stalls that boasted odd trinkets and relics from a bygone era. Each stall had its own aura of melancholy, the relics and curiosities on display seeming to carry memories of distant, sorrowful times. In one corner, I saw a display of antique mirrors whose surfaces rippled like disturbed water, and in another, a collection of faded photographs captured moments of joy that now seemed tinged with tragedy. As I passed by these exhibits, I felt a subtle tug at the edge of my mind, pulled toward the deeper mysteries that the carnival had so artfully concealed. Before long, I came upon a tent draped in heavy, dark fabric, illuminated only by a solitary, sputtering lantern. The sign above it, hand-painted in curling script, read, "Madame Leora's Sanctuary of Fate." The name resonated with an inexplicable familiarity, as if echoing from the recesses of my own memories. I hesitated only a moment before pushing aside the heavy curtain and stepping inside. The interior was dim and suffused with the scent of incense and old paper, a mixture that both comforted and unnerved me. Candles flickered on a low, wooden table, and against a backdrop of silken drapes, an elderly woman sat with eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of secrets. Her gaze was penetrating, and the lines on her face spoke of both wisdom and sorrow. "Welcome, child," she intoned softly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves in a quiet wind. "I have been expecting you." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I took a seat opposite her, the ancient wooden chair creaking under my weight, and regarded her with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The flickering candlelight danced across her face as she began to shuffle a worn deck of tarot cards with deliberate care. The air between us was thick with unspoken implications, and I felt as though I were standing on the threshold of a revelation that could change everything I thought I knew about myself and about this uncanny carnival. Her first card, when she laid it on the table, was the moon, a card that traditionally symbolizes illusion, secrets, and the cyclical nature of destiny. "The night unveils what the day conceals," she whispered, her eyes locked on mine with an intensity that made my heart pound. "You are at a crossroads, and tonight the shadows will speak the truth." I tried to ask her what she meant by that, but before I could form the words, she slid another card over the first, a card depicting a winding, labyrinthine path. "You must follow the whispers," she said, her voice barely audible above the soft ticking of an unseen clock. "Listen to the secrets that the night carries, for within them lies your destiny." Her cryptic words left me both dazed and determined. I left Madame Leora's tent with more questions than answers, yet with a newfound resolve to follow the subtle hints that the night had whispered to me. The cool air outside was refreshing after the stuffy, incense-laden interior, and I paused for a moment to gather my thoughts before venturing deeper into the carnival's heart. The night had a way of drawing you in, of encouraging you to look past the obvious and search for the hidden meanings that lay just out of reach. I felt an inexplicable urgency, as though the very fabric of my fate was woven into the night's soft murmur. As I continued along the path, the carnival seemed to take on a life of its own. The shadows elongated and merged into ghostly figures, and the once familiar sounds of laughter and music were replaced by soft, almost mournful strains that echoed faintly through the corridors of darkness. I found myself drawn to a narrow alleyway that branched off from the main path, a place where the light was dimmer and the air seemed charged with an electric intensity. Here, I encountered a small group of performers, huddled together near an old wooden cart that had clearly seen better days. Their faces were partly obscured by the brim of worn hats and the flickering shadows. Yet I could sense that they were engaged in a hushed conversation, one that carried the weight of secrets too heavy for the daylight hours. Curiosity compelled me to approach, and as I drew near, one of the performers, a man with a gaunt face and eyes that glimmered like distant stars, turned his gaze toward me. His voice was soft but insistent as he murmured, "Are you one who hears the whispers?" I paused, startled by his directness, and nodded uncertainly. "Then you must know that the night is full of voices. Voices that carry memories of what once was and omens of what may yet come." His words, delivered in a tone that seemed to blend sorrow with quiet hope, resonated deeply within me. I realized that I had been chosen, or perhaps fated, to listen to these murmurs of the night, to gather the fragments of a long, forgotten tale that the carnival was determined to tell. The performer motioned for me to follow him down the winding alleyway. As we walked, his words continued to unfurl like a tapestry of forgotten lore. He told me of the carnival's origins, a history shrouded in mystery and steeped in tragedy. He spoke of ancient pacts made in secret, of curses cast in moments of desperation, and of the perpetual struggle between hope and despair that had defined the carnival's existence for generations. Each sentence was delivered in a measured cadence, as if he were reciting a sacred incantation meant to awaken dormant memories within those who listened. I could sense that his story was not merely a fanciful legend, but an integral part of a larger truth, one that involved my own life in ways I could scarcely comprehend. At one point, we paused in front of an old, weathered building that seemed to serve as a repository of the carnival's past. Faded photographs, yellowed letters, and relics of a time when the carnival was both revered and feared were displayed in a makeshift exhibit along the wall. I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as I took in the scenes captured in the photographs. Images of performers in extravagant costumes, of audiences enraptured by dazzling spectacles, and of moments of heartbreak and loss. It was clear that this was no ordinary carnival. It was a living archive of human hopes, fears, and regrets. The performer explained that every object here carried with it a fragment of a memory, a shard of a life that had long since been touched by the cruel hand of fate. We resumed our journey, and the night deepened into a velvety darkness punctuated by the soft glow of distant lanterns. The performer's tale grew ever more poignant as he recounted the story of a young girl whose laughter had once lit up the carnival, but who had vanished on a night much like this one. She was a beacon of innocence in a world consumed by shadows, he said, his voice trembling with the weight of remembrance. But even her light could not dispel the darkness that clung to these grounds. I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes as I listened, the sorrow in his words mingling with my own burgeoning understanding that the carnival was a mirror reflecting the pain and beauty of countless lives. After what felt like an eternity of quiet storytelling and shared secrets, the performer left me at the entrance of a secluded courtyard, where the carnival's energy pulsed with an almost palpable intensity. I watched him disappear into the night, his parting words echoing softly behind me. Remember, the whispers of the night are not always gentle, but they always speak the truth. Standing alone in that courtyard, I felt the enormity of his message settle upon me. The night, it seemed, was a vast repository of voices, voices that yearned to be heard, voices that carried the collective weight of sorrow and hope. I realized that I was now a guardian of these secrets, entrusted with the task of listening, understanding, and perhaps even healing the wounds of the past. Determined to honor this newfound responsibility, I sought out another source of guidance. I made my way toward a narrow pathway that led to a small clearing at the edge of the carnival grounds. Here, beneath a gnarled oak tree whose branches reached skyward like pleading arms, sat a weathered bench, I took a seat and allowed the silence of the night to envelop me, focusing on the soft susurrations that drifted on the cool breeze. In that quiet moment, I closed my eyes and listened intently. I could almost discern faint murmurs, a tapestry of distant laughter, whispered confessions, and silent pleas that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath me. It was as though the ground itself was alive with memories, and each rustle of the leaves carried with it the echoes of lives long past. Time lost its meaning in that enchanted clearing, and I drifted between wakefulness and dreams. The darkness, far from being oppressive, became a gentle companion that urged me to surrender to the unfolding mystery. I recalled Madame Leora's cryptic prophecy from earlier that evening, and the sense that I was destined to unlock the secrets of this carnival. My heart pounded with both fear and determination as I resolved to follow every whisper, every fleeting shadow, to uncover the truth that lay hidden in the night. I promised myself that I would leave no stone unturned, no secret unheeded, even if it meant venturing further into the unknown than I had ever dared before. The night's quiet was abruptly broken by the sound of soft footsteps approaching from behind. I turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness, a young woman with an ethereal quality about her. Her eyes shone with an inner light, and her presence exuded both kindness and a mysterious sadness. "I have been waiting for you," she said quietly, her voice melding with the ambient sounds of the night. I studied her face, searching for clues in the delicate features that seemed both ageless and intimately familiar. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. She smiled sadly and replied, "I am but a messenger of the carnival's soul, sent to guide those who can hear its hidden voice." Her words resonated deeply, stirring within me an unspoken recognition, a sense that our meeting was no coincidence, but rather a crucial moment in a tapestry woven by fate. She beckoned me to follow her along a winding pathway that veered away from the well-trodden routes of the carnival. As we walked in silence, the night around us seemed to shift in tone, the quiet intensity of the darkness yielding to a more focused, almost sacred hush. The path led us to a secluded spot near a quiet pond that mirrored the starlit sky. The water's surface was perfectly still, disturbed only by the occasional ripple caused by a gentle breeze. "Listen," she urged softly, "for in the silence of the water, you can hear the heartbeat of the carnival." I knelt by the pond, pressing my ear to the cool surface. At first, there was only silence, but slowly, a rhythmic murmur began to emerge, a soft, pulsating sound that seemed to speak in a language older than time itself. In that moment, I realized that the whispers of the night were not confined solely to human voices. They emanated from the very fabric of existence, a chorus of memories and emotions that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Every ripple on the pond's surface, every rustle in the underbrush, carried the weight of untold stories, a ceaseless reminder that nothing in this world was ever truly lost. The young woman's presence beside me lent strength to my resolve, and together we sat in contemplative silence as the night deepened around us. After what felt like an eternity of quiet communion with the mysteries of the night, the young woman finally spoke again. "You must understand," she said, "that the carnival is not merely a collection of performers and curiosities. It is a living archive of our collective past, a repository of joys and sorrows, triumphs and regrets. Each whisper, each echo you hear is a testament to the lives that have passed through this place, leaving behind fragments of their souls." Her words resonated with a profound truth that struck me at the very core. I felt as if the pond, the tree, and the entire nocturnal landscape had been waiting to share this secret with me. A secret that bound me to the carnival in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. Reluctantly, I tore myself away from the tranquil pond and followed the young woman back along the winding path toward the main area of the carnival. As we neared the cluster of tents, the soft hum of whispered voices seemed to swell into a chorus of secrets, each one vying for attention in the darkness. I sensed that something momentous was about to unfold, as if the night itself were gathering its strength for a revelation. "There is a turning point approaching," she murmured as we walked side by side. "Soon, the carnival's hidden heart will be laid bare, and you will be called upon to make a choice that will echo through time." Her words filled me with both anticipation and dread. I realized that the calm, reflective serenity of the night had been but a precursor to a coming storm of revelations that would challenge everything I believed about fate and free will. The air grew thick with a charged energy as we finally reached a clearing at the very center of the carnival's nocturnal domain. In this open space, the faded remnants of carnival lights formed a halo around a towering, ancient tree whose gnarled branches stretched wide, as if protecting the secrets nestled within its bark. Beneath the tree, a group of individuals had gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns and the flickering light of a dying fire. Their eyes were fixed on the tree as if it held the answers to all their unspoken questions. I joined the circle, feeling the intensity of their collective anticipation. A man, distinguished by a shock of silver hair and eyes that betrayed both wisdom and sorrow, stepped forward from the group. "Tonight," he proclaimed in a voice that seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the earth, "we stand at the threshold of revelation. The carnival has long concealed its truths behind laughter and spectacle, but now the time has come for its spirit to speak freely. We must listen to the whispers of the night and accept the burden of knowledge that they bring." His words, delivered with solemn authority, filled the clearing with a tangible sense of destiny. I felt my heart race as if echoing the drumbeat of fate that he so poetically invoked. In that moment, I recalled every mysterious detail from earlier in the evening. The fortune-teller's dire prophecy, the sorrowful stories of the performers, the ancient relics that seemed to hum with secret histories. And I realized that all of these were threads woven together by a single, inexorable force. The carnival was a living enigma, its dark heart pulsating with the memories of countless souls. I could feel it in the quiet murmur of the wind, in the soft rustle of leaves overhead, and in the whispered confidences of those gathered around the ancient tree. As the gathering continued, the silver-haired man raised his arms, and a hushed silence fell over the crowd. "Let the night speak its truth," he intoned. "Let us honor the voices of the past and the promises of the future, for in every whisper there lies a spark of destiny." At that moment, I felt as if time itself had paused, a suspended breath before the plunge into a deeper mystery that would forever alter my understanding of life and fate. I realized that this was a turning point, a moment when the carnival's secrets would no longer remain hidden behind painted smiles and fleeting illusions. In the silence that followed, the whispers of the night seemed to coalesce into a single, unified voice, a voice that was both ancient and intimate. I listened, transfixed, as the murmurs spoke of love lost and battles fought, of dreams shattered and hopes reborn. They told tales of souls who had come seeking refuge and found only sorrow, and of those who had embraced the darkness only to discover a hidden light. Each word, though soft and elusive, carried the weight of centuries. I could feel the truth of those whispers settling into the depths of my being, urging me to embrace the destiny that was unfolding before me. When the gathering finally dispersed, leaving me alone under the sprawling branches of the ancient tree, I took a deep breath and allowed the night's murmurs to wash over me. I realized that the whispers were not meant to terrify me, but rather to guide me, to illuminate the path ahead even when the darkness seemed impenetrable. With renewed resolve, I made my way back toward the heart of the carnival, determined to piece together the fragments of destiny that the night had revealed. Every step I took was imbued with purpose, every rustle of the wind a reminder that I was part of something far greater than myself. The hours passed slowly as I wandered the now silent corridors of the carnival, my mind abuzz with the revelations of the night. I retraced my steps to Madame Leora's tent, hoping to glean further insight from the enigmatic seer. The tent was dark now, its interior shrouded in silence and shadows, but the faint smell of incense still lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of the secrets that had been shared there earlier. I pressed my hand against the rough fabric of the curtain, as if trying to absorb the residual energy that clung to it. Though I knew that I might never fully understand the true nature of the carnival's curse, I also understood that the night had offered me a glimpse into a realm where fate and free will intermingled in ways that defied rational explanation. In the quiet solitude of that moment, I resolved to follow the whispers wherever they might lead, even if the path was fraught with danger, sorrow, or even despair. I understood now that the carnival was not merely an amusement, but a living chronicle of the human condition, where every joy and every tragedy was etched into the fabric of its being. And as I stepped out into the chill night air once more, I carried with me the soft echoes of those whispered truths, each one a beacon guiding me deeper into the labyrinth of destiny. I wandered for what felt like hours beneath the star-studded sky, the gentle rustling of the leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures providing a natural symphony to accompany my solitary journey. With each step, I became increasingly aware of the delicate interplay between light and darkness, a balance that resonated deeply with the themes of the carnival. I could sense that I was no longer merely an observer. I was an active participant in the unfolding narrative of this haunted place. Every whisper, every shadow, every soft echo of laughter seemed to speak directly to my soul, urging me to embrace the mysteries that lay ahead. In the pre-dawn hours, when the sky began to show the faintest hint of light, I found myself standing at the edge of a small clearing. Here, the remnants of the night lingered like fragile ghosts, and I felt a profound sense of closure mingled with anticipation. The carnival, with all its enigmas and hidden sorrows, had revealed part of its truth to me through the whispers of the night, and though many questions still loomed large, questions of destiny, identity, and the true nature of the curse, I knew that I had taken a crucial step on the path toward understanding. The voices of the night had spoken, and in their murmurs, I had heard not only the echoes of the past, but also the promise of a future yet to be written. With the first light of dawn illuminating the horizon, I turned my back on the clearing and began the long walk back to Haven's Bend. I carried with me the memories of that enchanted night, a night when the carnival's true nature had been laid bare in whispers and shadows. I resolved that I would return to these nocturnal paths whenever I needed guidance, for I had learned that the whispers of the night held the keys to unraveling the secrets of the carnival, and perhaps even my own fate. As I trudged back toward the town, my mind replayed the images and voices of the night. Madame Lyora's solemn gaze, the sorrowful eyes of the silver-haired storyteller, the young woman's gentle admonitions, and the countless whispered confidences. All of these became interwoven into a tapestry of destiny that I was only beginning to comprehend. The carnival, I realized, was far more than a transient spectacle. It was an eternal witness to the human spirit, a repository of every secret and every hope that had ever existed. And as I crossed the threshold back into the familiar streets of Haven's Bend, I felt a lingering connection to that otherworldly realm, a promise that the whispers of the night would continue to guide me in the days to come. In the quiet solitude of my room later that morning, as I sat by a small window and watched the sun's rays slowly chase away the lingering darkness, I allowed myself a moment of reflection. The events of the previous night had changed me irrevocably. I now understood that the carnival was a living, breathing entity, a keeper of memories and a bearer of secrets that reached back into the depths of time. The whispers of the night had not only revealed the carnival's hidden sorrows, but had also kindled a spark of determination within me to uncover the full extent of its mystery. I resolved to document every murmur, every secret that the darkness offered, and to weave these fragmented tales into a narrative that might one day help lift the ancient curse that bound the carnival to a fate of sorrow. I knew that the road ahead would be perilous and fraught with challenges, but I was no longer afraid. The night had taught me that sometimes, only by confronting the hidden voices of our past can we hope to shape a better future. With the promise of another night's whispers to guide me, I fell into a deep, reflective sleep that day, dreaming of shadowed figures, ancient trees, and the soft, lingering echoes of a carnival that was as much a part of me as the blood in my veins. And so, with each passing moment, I understood that the carnival's curse was not a static fate, but a living, breathing force. One that could be challenged, unraveled, and perhaps, one day redeemed. The whispers in the night had spoken their truth, and now, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I was determined to follow those whispers, to seek out every hidden secret, and to face the darkness with unwavering resolve. This night, with all its quiet revelations and haunting voices, had marked a turning point in my journey. I had learned that even in the depths of despair, there lay a hidden promise of hope, a promise that the carnival's mysteries could one day be fully understood and, perhaps, healed. The night had entrusted me with its secrets, and I vowed that I would honor that trust by listening, by questioning, and by forging ahead into the uncertain dawn with courage in my heart. As I set aside my thoughts and prepared for the challenges of the coming days, I could still hear the echoes of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of voices, and the distant laughter that held both joy and sorrow. I knew that these whispers would continue to call to me, urging me to dig deeper into the carnival's shadowed history and to confront the darkness that lay at the very heart of its existence. Thus ended the night of whispered revelations, a night that changed everything. And though the day had come, I understood that the carnival's secrets would forever reside in the spaces between light and dark, in the quiet moments when the world is still and the whispers of the night speak truths that only the brave dare to hear. I still remember the first time I truly sensed the weight of history that clung to the carnival like a second skin. It was a damp, misty afternoon when the carnival's daytime gaiety began to fade into a deeper, more introspective mood. The vibrant colors of the tents had dulled under a pall of overcast skies, and even the laughter of the performers seemed tinged with melancholy. I found myself inexplicably drawn to the quieter corners of the carnival, where the echoes of a forgotten past whispered secrets in the rustle of old fabrics and the creaking of ancient wood. Wandering away from the central attractions, I discovered a narrow pathway lined with weathered posters and faded photographs. Each image captured moments of a bygone era, performers in elaborate costumes with expressions both triumphant and tragic, carnival rides that appeared far more majestic in their prime, and scenes of an audience lost in wonder. I paused before one particularly striking black and white photograph of a bearded man in a top hat, his eyes hidden behind a veil of mystery. Something in his gaze resonated with me, as if he carried a burden of memories that transcended time. The closer I looked at the photograph, the more I felt an almost tangible connection, a pull that suggested I was meant to uncover the stories behind these images. My mind began to wander to the old legends whispered in Heaven's Bend about a carnival that had traveled these roads long before our modern age. They said that the carnival was not merely a collection of performers and rides, but a living tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives and lost histories. As I stood there, I could almost hear the faint strains of a long, forgotten melody, a lullaby of days when magic and mystery were as real as the ground beneath my feet. I decided then that my search for answers would begin with the carnival's relics. I retraced my steps to a secluded building tucked behind a cluster of sagging tents. Its sign, barely legible and adorned with intricate flourishes, read, "The Archive of Echoes." The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a cramped interior filled with dusty boxes, brittle manuscripts, and delicate, yellowed photographs. I felt as though I had stepped into a time capsule, a repository of lives that had once danced under the big top and faded into legend. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old paper and lingering memories. I began to carefully examine the contents, my fingers trembling as I handled each artifact. A worn leather, bound journal caught my eye. Its pages were filled with hastily scrawled notes, sketches, and names that I could barely decipher. The handwriting was elegant yet hurried, as if the writer had been racing against the inexorable tide of time. I was particularly drawn to an entry dated nearly a century ago. It recounted a performance by a mysterious illusionist whose tricks defied explanation. The writer described how the illusionist had seemingly bent the very fabric of reality, leaving the audience spellbound and terrified. I couldn't help but wonder if this was the same aura that now haunted the carnival, a lingering echo of a past steeped in wonder and sorrow. As I pored over the journal, I found numerous references to a cursed legacy and a founder's bloodline. The words sent shivers down my spine. Had I, too, been touched by this ancient curse? The notion was as alluring as it was frightening. I recalled the fortune teller's earlier hints and the cryptic conversation with the performers, all of which suggested that the carnival's dark history was inextricably linked to my own fate. Each page I turned deepened the mystery, and soon I was no longer content to simply read about the past. I had to experience it. I resolved to retrace the footsteps of those who had come before me, to seek out the places where the echoes of their lives still resonated. My search led me to a dilapidated building on the edge of the carnival grounds, hidden beneath a canopy of tangled ivy and shadow. The building, once a grand hall of festivities, now stood as a silent monument to a time when laughter and sorrow mingled in the same space. The heavy wooden door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a cavernous interior bathed in twilight. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that penetrated the broken windows, and the air was heavy with the weight of countless untold stories. Every step I took inside was accompanied by the soft echo of my own footsteps, a reminder that I was intruding on a space where time itself had grown still. I wandered among rows of empty seats and scattered remnants of carnival memorabilia. A tattered circus poster here, a rusted piece of metal there. In one corner, I discovered an ornate mirror, its surface cracked and tarnished by age. As I gazed into it, I saw not only my reflection but fleeting images that overlaid my own, a montage of faces, places, and moments that I could not quite place. It was as if the mirror had become a portal to the past, revealing fragments of lives long since vanished. The images in the mirror stirred something deep within me. I felt an urgent need to understand the full story behind the carnival's legacy, to reconcile the present with the vestiges of history that clung so tenaciously to every surface. Determined, I began to search for clues that might explain the strange connections I felt. I rifled through old trunks and boxes, uncovering letters written in spidery script, brittle programs that detailed past performances, and faded photographs that chronicled the lives of those who had once called the carnival home. One photograph, in particular, seized my attention, a group portrait of the carnival founders. Their expressions were a mixture of hope and despair, and one face in the crowd bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. The realization struck me like a thunderclap. The carnival's legacy, its cursed heritage, might very well be intertwined with my destiny. Lost in these revelations, I spent what felt like hours poring over the relics. The deeper I delved, the more I became aware of an omnipresent melancholy that pervaded the space. It was as if every object, every scrap of paper, carried the residue of unspoken regrets and unfulfilled dreams. I began to understand that the carnival was not merely an entertainment spectacle, but a repository of human experience, a living chronicle of the joys and sorrows that define our existence. The artifacts before me were like ghostly imprints of lives once lived, their silent testimonies urging me to remember, to never let the past fade into oblivion. As the afternoon waned into evening, the light in the archive dimmed, and I reluctantly closed the heavy journal. My mind was ablaze with questions and revelations. I wondered about the true nature of the curse that had haunted the carnival for generations. Was it a malevolent force beyond comprehension, or merely a manifestation of the collective pain of those who had once been part of its vibrant history? And what role did I play in this intricate tapestry of fate? The answers eluded me, but I felt compelled to pursue them further. Leaving the archive behind, I retraced my steps back to the main thoroughfare of the carnival. The atmosphere had shifted once more. The sounds of distant music and laughter mingled with the quiet murmur of the wind, as though the very air carried memories of the past. I felt as if I were walking through a living museum, where every moment was imbued with echoes of those who had come before me. My heart pounded with anticipation as I approached an old booth that once served as the dressing room for the performers. The door, slightly ajar, beckoned me to step inside. Within the cramped space, I discovered a collection of costumes, frayed and moth-eaten yet still resplendent in their former glory. Each garment told a story of nights filled with triumph and heartbreak. I lifted a once elegant cape, its fabric soft despite the ravages of time, and held it close as though it were a cherished relic. In that moment, I felt a profound kinship with the souls who had worn these garments, who had bared their hearts on a stage for all to see. It was as if the very threads of the fabric carried the laughter, tears, and unspoken dreams of its former owner. I found myself wandering from room to room, each space offering unique window into the past. In a small, forgotten corner, I discovered a display case containing an assortment of personal mementos, a tarnished locket, a withered rose, and a diary bound in cracked leather. I carefully opened the diary and began to read. The entries were written in a flowing script, filled with descriptions of long nights under the big top and confessions of a heart burdened by loss. One entry, in particular, stood out, a passionate lament written by a young performer who had once dreamed of transcending the limitations of her life. Her words were raw and unguarded, a testament to a soul yearning for something beyond the confines of the mortal world. As I read, I felt her sorrow seep into me, and I could not help but wonder if I, too, was destined to share in the bittersweet legacy of the carnival. Night deepened, and the building grew colder as if the past were reclaiming its domain. I shivered, not solely from the chill in the air, but from the overwhelming realization that the carnival's history was as much a part of me as the blood that flowed through my veins. I recalled the fortune teller's ominous words and the whispered hints of a curse that had bound the carnival to its tragic fate. The notion that my life might be inexorably linked to these events both terrified and fascinated me. I closed the diary and vowed that I would not allow the weight of the past to overwhelm me. Instead, I resolved to honor these echoes by seeking out the truth behind every memory, every relic that spoke of lives interwoven with the carnival's destiny. Stepping back out into the cool night, I found that the carnival itself had transformed once more. The central grounds, once bustling with activity, were now quiet and introspective. Lanterns cast long, wavering shadows across the pavement, and the distant sounds of laughter seemed softened, as if remembered rather than lived. I paused to take it all in, feeling the past and present merge into a single, haunting moment. It was then that I noticed a familiar figure standing by one of the side tents, a performer whose eyes were fixed on the horizon, lost in thought. He wore a faded costume that hinted at a time when he had been at the peak of his artistry. I approached him cautiously, the silence between us heavy with unspoken understanding. "Do you ever wonder," he began softly, as though speaking to the night itself, "if we are nothing more than echoes of our past lives, destined to repeat our triumphs and failures in an endless cycle?" His voice was laden with regret and a kind of wary acceptance, as if he had long since come to terms with his own fate. I searched his eyes for answers, for some sign that he might know the key to breaking free of the relentless cycle. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I feel it in every step I take, in every relic I touch. There's a part of me that belongs to this carnival, as if I've always been here, waiting to remember. But he nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the darkened horizon. Our past is not easily forgotten, he murmured. It shapes us, haunts us, and sometimes it offers us a path to redemption. But the road is never clear, and the echoes can be overwhelming. His words resonated deeply within me, reaffirming the idea that the carnival was not merely a collection of faded memories, but a living, breathing archive of the human spirit. For a long while, we stood there in silence, two souls bound by the shared experience of loss and longing. Eventually, he turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the lingering questions of the night. I resumed my journey through the carnival, each step now charged with a newfound determination. I would piece together the fragments of this forgotten past, and in doing so, perhaps I could unlock the secrets of the curse that had haunted these grounds for generations. I found myself drawn back to the archive of echoes, as if some unseen force was urging me to return. Inside, I revisited the artifacts with fresh eyes, re-examining each item in the hope that I might glean additional insights. I lingered over the journal, reading entries that I had missed before. Accounts of joyous celebrations, of tragedies too sorrowful for words, and of quiet acts of defiance against a fate that seemed preordained. Each page was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming despair, hope could flicker like a candle in the darkness. In one particularly moving entry, a performer wrote of a night when the carnival had been at its zenith, a night of dazzling light and unbridled passion, when the performers had transcended their mortal limitations to become something almost divine. The writer described the sensation of flying on the wings of possibility, of feeling the world's beauty and tragedy intermingled in a single, profound moment. I closed the journal with a heavy heart, the emotions of that long-ago night still vivid in my mind. I could not help but feel that my journey through the echoes of this forgotten past was leading me toward a revelation, a truth that lay hidden beneath layers of sorrow, joy, and the inexorable passage of time. As midnight approached, I reluctantly left the archive once more, carrying with me a sense of both purpose and melancholy. The carnival had revealed its secrets in fragments, and I knew that the path ahead would be fraught with more mysteries, and perhaps more painful truths. Yet I felt a steady resolve growing within me, a determination to honor the lives of those who had come before, and to understand the legacy that now pulsed within my own veins. Outside, the carnival was quiet, the vibrant chaos replaced by reflective hush. I made my way slowly along the winding paths, each step echoing in the stillness of the night. The distant strains of music, the soft murmur of voices, and the gentle rustling of leaves all merged into a single, haunting melody. A lullaby for the forgotten, a requiem for lost souls. I paused at the edge of the grounds, looking back at the faded lights and silent tents, and realized that the echoes of this past were not meant to be erased. They were a part of us, a reminder that every life, every moment of beauty and pain, was woven into the fabric of our existence. I stepped forward into the darkness, the weight of memory and destiny pressing down on me. Yet I felt no fear, only an overwhelming need to remember and to be remembered. The carnival, with all its echoes and relics of a forgotten past, had become a part of my soul, and as I continued along the path toward the unknown, I carried with me the voices of those who had come before, a chorus of memories urging me to seek out the truth, to heal old wounds, and perhaps, one day, to break the curse that bound us all. In that moment, I understood that the past was not dead. It was not something that could be locked away in dusty boxes or faded photographs. It lived on in every whispered secret, every tear-stained letter, and every fleeting smile of those who had dared to dream. And I, too, was now a part of that endless story. A story that spanned generations, transcending time and space, and echoing with the hopes and sorrows of a million souls. I walked on, the night embracing me with its cool, gentle arms, and I vowed silently that I would not rest until every echo was heard, every story told. The forgotten past of the carnival was my inheritance now, a legacy of beauty and pain, joy and despair, woven together into a tapestry that was as intricate as it was eternal. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the silent testimony of old relics, I continued my journey into the heart of memory, determined to unearth the secrets of a time long past and to find my own place within its vast, echoing corridors. I stepped once again into the carnival grounds as twilight gave way to an inky night, the air heavy with a sense of foreboding and anticipation. The attractions that once dazzled in broad daylight now took on a different persona in the half-light of dusk. They shifted and twisted into grotesque caricatures of themselves, their vibrant colors muted and replaced by eerie hues that danced and flickered like phantom flames. The carnival, which had initially seemed a jubilant escape from the mundane, now revealed its darker face, one of absurdity and a profound melancholy that seeped into every corner of its being. My first encounter that night was with the House of Mirrors. No longer did the mirrors reflect only the outward appearance. Instead, they distorted and deconstructed reality, offering up fractured images of my face and, strangely, of the faces of those I had seen earlier. The juggler, the contortionist, even the fortune teller with her tired eyes. As I ventured deeper into the maze, each reflection began to whisper secrets in voices that sounded like echoes of distant laughter. I pressed on, both repelled and magnetically drawn by the surreal horror that unfolded in each pane of glass. In one reflection, I saw a vision of a child weeping silently in a darkened corridor, and in another, the same child's eyes gleamed with the unnatural light of unspoken truths. With every step, the boundaries between the physical and the spectral thinned until I was left questioning whether I was moving through a labyrinth of mirrors or through the inner corridors of my own fractured soul. Leaving the House of Mirrors, I wandered toward an attraction known simply as the Carousel of Sins. Its once cheerful, prancing horses had been replaced by skeletal creatures whose eyes glowed with a cold, indifferent light. Each carved figure bore an expression that conveyed a deep, unending sorrow, a sorrow that seemed to mirror the hidden guilt of the town itself. I climbed aboard one of these morbid steeds, its wooden form creaking under my weight, and as the carousel began its slow, hypnotic rotation, I felt as though I were being transported into an alternate realm. With each turn, the world around me shifted at one moment. I was surrounded by scenes of blissful innocence. In the next, I saw dark images of betrayal and remorse, as if the carousel were replaying the sins of Heaven's Bend over and over again. The boundary between the rider and the ride blurred, leaving me with a disconcerting sense of fusion with the cursed legacy that the carnival represented. Not far from the carousel, an attraction known as the Funhouse of Faded Dreams beckoned me with its distorted facade and an invitation to step inside for revelations. The entrance was marked by a garish marquee, its light sputtering erratically like the dying embers of a once great fire. Inside, the space was divided into multiple rooms, each one a stage for absurd, yet deeply unsettling performances. In one chamber, mannequins dressed in tattered costumes reenacted scenes of old tragedies. The downfall of a once noble family, the ruin of a beloved town hero, each tableau arranged with macabre precision. Their lifeless eyes, frozen in moments of terror and regret, seemed to follow my every movement. In another room, a series of old, time carnival posters hung crookedly on the wall. Their faded ink revealed cryptic messages about fate, redemption, and the inexorable pull of destiny. I lingered before one poster in particular, which depicted a smiling clown whose eyes were shadowed by a profound sadness. It was as if the cheerful facade masked a turbulent inner world, a recurring theme throughout the carnival that night. Emerging from the funhouse, I found myself drawn toward an outdoor attraction that was both absurd and disquieting, the Hall of Whispers. This narrow tent, draped in moth-eaten velvet, emitted a constant murmur as if 1,000 voices were speaking just beneath its fabric. I hesitated at the entrance, my heart pounding in time with the soft cadence of the whispers. Once inside, the walls of the tent were lined with dozens of old, ornate phonographs, each playing a loop of hushed voices and indistinct sounds. I moved slowly along the aisle, straining to decipher the words. In one loop, I could barely make out a plea for forgiveness. In another, the voice recited a litany of names. Names that rang disturbingly familiar, as if they were those of the town's lost souls. I closed my eyes and let the voices wash over me, feeling that each murmur carried the weight of a forgotten secret, a sorrow that had seeped into the very foundation of the carnival. There was a beauty in the decay and despair, a raw, unfiltered glimpse into the collective grief of those who had once sought refuge in the carnival's embrace. Continuing my journey through this surreal landscape, I encountered the tunnel of time, an attraction that defied the very laws of physics and narrative. The tunnel was a long, winding passage constructed from rough, hewn stone and tangled vines. Its walls bore inscriptions in languages both ancient and unknown, and as I walked, I noticed that the tunnel seemed to stretch and contract in impossible ways. At times, I felt as though I were moving at a snail's pace, and at other moments, I was propelled forward with alarming speed. The interplay of light and shadow in the tunnel was hypnotic, and in the fluctuating gloom, I began to experience flashes of memory that were not my own. Snippets of lives lived long ago, moments of unbridled joy followed by crushing despair. These fleeting images, disjointed and dreamlike, unsettled me deeply. I could see a couple dancing under a starry sky, their faces radiant with hope. Then, just as quickly, the scene shifted to a crowded street filled with mourners, their cries lost in the wind. I emerged from the tunnel feeling as if I had been reborn, and yet burdened with a knowledge too vast to fully comprehend. In the midst of all these distorted attractions, I could not help but notice that the carnival's overall transformation was a mirror of the town's hidden sins. Each ride, each booth, each performer had been subtly altered to reflect not only the inner darkness of the carnival, but also the collective guilt and despair of Haven's Bend. It was as if the carnival had become an extension of the town, repository for all the unspoken regrets and repressed memories that its inhabitants dared not face. I recalled overhearing whispers about scandals, betrayals, and lost hopes among the town's elders, and now, every grotesque twist and surreal tableau before me seemed to echo those very secrets. The absurdity of the attractions was matched only by the depth of the sorrow they evoked, and I found myself caught in a strange limbo between revulsion and empathy. As I moved on, I encountered a small, isolated booth that defied categorization. Its faded sign read, "Miracles and Misfortunes," and the window display was an eclectic mix of bizarre trinkets: a cracked hourglass, a tarnished mirror, a set of antique keys that clinked softly whenever a gust of wind passed through. The booth's proprietor, a gaunt figure with a face etched in lines of despair, watched me with a knowing look. He spoke in a low, raspy tone. "Every miracle has its price, and every misfortune hides a lesson. Here, you may glimpse the truth behind the illusion." His words, laden with both invitation and warning, made me pause. I felt an inexplicable pull toward the artifacts on display, as if each one contained a fragment of a long, forgotten dream or a secret waiting to be unraveled. I carefully picked up the hourglass, its sands slipping away inexorably, and for a moment, I was overwhelmed by the sensation that time itself was collapsing in on my consciousness. The proprietor's eyes met mine, and in that silent exchange, I sensed that he understood the heavy burden of fate that I carried within me. Burden that was now inextricably linked with the carnival's cursed existence. Beyond the booth, the carnival's atmosphere grew even more surreal and disconcerting. I approached an arena that had once been the site of dazzling acrobatic feats and riotous laughter, but now lay abandoned, its center marked by a cracked stage and broken props. The remnants of past performances were strewn about like discarded memories. I could almost hear the echoes of applause and feel the lingering energy of a crowd that had long since vanished. In the center of the arena, a single spotlight flickered, casting a weak glow on an old, weathered diary that lay atop a pedestal. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, I opened the diary. Its pages were filled with frantic, looping handwriting that recounted the inner turmoil of a performer who had once dreamed of transcending the limits of human frailty. The diary spoke of nights when the stage became a battlefield for the soul, when each act was a desperate attempt to exorcise demons both literal and metaphorical. As I read, I felt the diary's words seep into my mind like a slow poison, words that revealed the raw, unedited truth behind the carnival's veneer of spectacle. The performer's confessions of loss, regret, and a yearning for redemption resonated deeply with me, stirring emotions I had long suppressed. It was as if the diary had been written for someone exactly like me, a soul caught in the labyrinth of absurdity and grotesque beauty. Unable to shake the intensity of the emotions that the diary had stirred, I left the arena and found myself wandering into yet another part of the carnival, a section that was less structured, more chaotic, and disturbingly organic in its design. Here, nature and artifice had merged in an unsettling symbiosis. Vines and wildflowers grew unchecked over rusted metal frames and crumbling wooden structures, giving the impression that the very earth was reclaiming the remnants of a once grand extravaganza. In this wild patchwork of decay and renewal, I discovered an attraction called the Garden of Sorrowful Revelations. A narrow path wound its way through a tangle of thorny bushes and gnarled trees. Along the path, plaques were embedded in the ground, each one inscribed with the name of a soul who had once sought refuge in the carnival's embrace. Some of the names were faded beyond recognition, while others were scrawled in bold, desperate strokes. As I followed the path, I felt an overwhelming sense of empathy, as if I were walking through the collective memories of all those who had ever been touched by the carnival's tragic magic. Each step seemed to echo with the silent cries of lost hopes and abandoned dreams. At the heart of the garden, I found a solitary bench beneath an ancient oak whose branches stretched upward like pleading hands. Here, I sat and allowed the sorrow of the place to envelope me. The garden was not a place of simple despair. It was a living, breathing monument to the duality of existence, where beauty and anguish coexisted in a fragile, haunting balance. As the night deepened further, the grotesque and absurd attractions of the carnival began to merge into a singular, overwhelming experience. I found myself drifting between moments of intense terror and bouts of surreal amusement, each sensation interlaced with the bittersweet recognition of my own hidden sins and regrets. I recalled the whispered confessions of the performers, the eerie prophecies of the fortune teller, and the silent accusers embedded in every distorted mirror and crumbling facade. The carnival had become a mirror of the soul, a reflection of the parts of us we hide from the light of day. In one final, climactic moment that would forever alter my perception of fate, I arrived at the center of the carnival where a massive, tattered canopy stretched overhead like a dark promise. Beneath the canopy, a swirling vortex of light and shadow danced in hypnotic patterns. The vortex pulsed with an energy that was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a swirling mass of spectral hues that seemed to beckon me closer. I stood transfixed as the vortex's motion accelerated, its energy building to a fevered pitch. In that charged moment, I felt the carnival's cursed heart beating in time with my own. Every twisted attraction, every grotesque tableau, every whispered secret culminated in this singular, transcendent instance of revelation. I understood then that the carnival was not merely a collection of absurd diversions, but a living entity, a being whose very essence was entwined with the collective guilt, sorrow, and hidden desires of all who had ever been drawn to its light. It was a force that fed on the duality of human nature, nourishing itself on both our laughter and our tears. As I watched the vortex intensify, I felt a stirring within me, a call to confront the darkness that had long lurked in the shadows of my own soul. In that moment of sublime terror and transcendent beauty, I vowed I would not allow the carnival's curse to remain unchallenged. I would seek out the truth behind its grotesque attractions, and in doing so, confront the hidden sins that had bound both the carnival and my own destiny together. The carnival, with all its absurdity and sorrow, was a mirror of life itself, a celebration of both the beauty and the tragedy that coexisted in every heartbeat. Slowly, as if in response to my silent vow, the swirling vortex began to subside, its frenetic energy ebbing into a gentle, rhythmic pulse. The canopy above seemed to sigh, as though relieved that its secrets had been shared, even if only for a fleeting moment. The attractions around me resumed their quiet, surreal existence, their grotesque forms bathed in the soft glow of post-revelation clarity. I stepped away from the vortex with a heart heavy with both grief and determination, resolved to carry the lessons of the night back to the waking world of Heaven's Bend. I knew that the absurd and grotesque had not been random distortions of amusement, but deliberate manifestations of the carnival's hidden truths. Truths that, once acknowledged, might hold the key to redeeming a legacy steeped in darkness. As I retraced my steps through the labyrinthine pathways of the carnival, every absurd and grotesque sight, every whispered echo of despair, took on a new significance. The carnival had stripped away its bright mask to reveal a soul raw with history and pain. I realized that in confronting these twisted attractions, I was forced to confront my own inner demons, to see reflected in the carnival the parts of myself I had long hidden away. In that dark, surreal interplay of horror and beauty, I found not only a cursed legacy, but also a spark of hope, a belief that perhaps, by embracing the grotesque truths of our shared past, we could chart a path toward healing and redemption. In the silent aftermath of that fateful encounter, as I stepped beyond the carnival's boundary into the cool night air, I carried with me a profound sense of transformation. The attractions of the absurd and grotesque had challenged me to face the dual nature of existence, to acknowledge the darkness within while still seeking the light that could overcome it. I understood that the carnival's true nature was not solely to terrify or to entertain, but to act as a mirror reflecting the intricate tapestry of human emotion, memory, and destiny. And as I walked away, the carnival's demented laughter and sorrowful music lingering behind me like a benediction, I felt a quiet resolve settle over my spirit. I would continue my journey into the heart of darkness, determined to unravel the secrets of a cursed legacy and to find, hidden amidst the absurd and the grotesque, the promise of redemption. I have always believed that a smile could conceal the deepest of secrets, that behind every cheerful facade lay a story untold. When the carnival first came to town, its outward vibrancy and animated mirth captivated the community, masking the darker undercurrents that pulsed beneath its surface. I, too, was drawn in by the dazzling parade of performers and the hypnotic rhythm of laughter and music. But as days passed, I began to sense that behind the painted smiles of the carnival's entertainers lay a mosaic of sorrow, hidden regrets, and an ancient legacy that was intimately tied to my own destiny. On that cool autumn afternoon, when I first decided to truly observe the carnival's inhabitants, the setting sun cast long, dramatic shadows across the fairground. The atmosphere, usually charged with an infectious gaiety, now seemed pregnant with secrets. I wandered away from the main thoroughfare, seeking solitude amid the maze of faded tents and time-worn attractions. It was there, in the quieter recesses of the carnival, that I noticed the subtle differences in the performers' expressions. Their smiles, though meticulously applied with bright makeup and forced cheer, could not hide the tremor in their eyes or the heaviness in their gestures. I sensed that each grin was both a mask and a shackle, a way of concealing inner turmoil while being inexorably bound to the cursed legacy of the carnival. My curiosity soon transformed into a compulsion to learn more. I found myself drawn to the backstage area, a labyrinth of narrow corridors and dimly lit dressing rooms that reeked of old makeup, musty costumes, and lingering nostalgia. It was in one such room that I had my first close encounter with a performer whose sorrow was palpable. A young woman, whose costume was a riot of glittering sequins and pastel ribbons, sat quietly in a corner as she meticulously applied her makeup. Her eyes, though rimmed with expertly drawn eyeliner and shimmering mascara, betrayed a sadness that no amount of color could hide. "Excuse me," I ventured softly, hesitant not to startle her. "I couldn't help but notice you seemed troubled." She paused, her brush hovering in midair, as if caught between two worlds. After a long moment, she set the brush down and regarded me with a wary, almost resigned smile. "You see only what I allow you to see," she murmured, her voice low and reflective. "The paint you see is but a thin veneer over a heart that has known too many betrayals and too many losses." Her words struck me with unexpected force, and I realized that every smile at this carnival was a story of pain masked by performance, of a legacy that could not be erased by simple merriment. As our conversation deepened, she confided in me the painful history of her family, generations of performers who had been bound to this carnival by a curse. "Our ancestors," she whispered, "made a pact long ago, a pact that ensured the carnival would never fade, that our art would live on forever. But it came at a price. Every smile we paint is a reminder of that bargain, and every laugh we share is tinged with the sorrow of what we have lost." Her eyes glistened as she recalled a time when the carnival was not merely an amusement, but a vessel for both joy and agony, a living repository of the human condition. This conversation became a turning point for me. I realized that the carnival's painted smiles were not merely tools of entertainment. They were both shields and prisons. They were the outward expressions of souls who had been forced to mask their inner despair for the sake of an eternal performance. I resolved then to look beyond the surface, to peel back the layers of artifice and discover the true stories hidden beneath the smiles. In the days that followed, I began to observe the performers with a renewed sense of empathy. I noticed how the clowns, always so overtly jovial, would sometimes steal glances toward the ground when no one was watching, as though mourning a lost innocence. The acrobats, whose graceful aerial feats seemed to defy gravity, occasionally faltered in the midst of their routines, their eyes darting to the audience with a look of desperate yearning for something they could no longer name. Even the ringleader, whose booming voice and flamboyant presence commanded respect and awe, sometimes lingered in quiet moments at the edge of the tent, his eyes distant as if haunted by memories too painful to recall. One crisp evening, I found myself in the midst of a rehearsal when a small commotion disrupted the usual order. A group of young performers had gathered near a dilapidated side tent, whispering fervently and casting nervous glances at one another. Drawn by the palpable tension, I approached quietly, careful not to intrude upon what might be a private moment. As I drew near, I heard one of them mutter, "It's happening again. The curse, it's coming for us." The others nodded, their faces pale in the flickering light of a single lantern. I realized then that the curse was not simply an abstract legend. It was a living, breathing force that had reawakened, threatening to upend the delicate balance between performance and despair. Desperate for answers, I sought out the fortune-teller I had met earlier. Madame Leora's tent, though now quieter and more subdued than before, still exuded an aura of ancient mystery. I sat opposite her once again, the air thick with the scent of incense and thyme. Her eyes, milky with age yet piercing in their clarity, fixed on mine as she shuffled her deck of tarot cards with deliberate care. "You have seen the truth behind our smiles," she intoned softly, her voice resonating with the weight of inevitability. "And now you stand at a crossroads. The carnival's curse, long dormant, is steering anew. The performers, burdened by generations of sorrow, face a reckoning. And you, child, carry a connection to this legacy that is deeper than you can fathom." I felt a chill ripple through me as her words sank in. I had always sensed that my path was entwined with the carnival's fate, but never had I realized the full extent of that connection. "Who am I?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Madame Lyra's eyes softened, and she reached out to gently touch my hand. "You are both observer and participant," she replied. "Your soul is marked by the same fire that once burned in the hearts of the carnival's founders. You have the power to either perpetuate the curse or to break it." Her words reverberated in the silence that followed, each syllable charged with both promise and warning. I left her tent with a heavy heart, aware that I now carried the weight of choices that could alter not only my own fate, but the destiny of everyone connected to the carnival. In the days that followed, I made it my mission to understand the roots of the curse. I spent countless hours poring over old diaries, letters, and photographs stored in the carnival's archive of echoes, a dusty, dimly lit room where relics of the past whispered forgotten stories. One faded letter, penned in elegant cursive, recounted the tale of a tragic love affair between a carnival founder and a mysterious woman whose beauty was said to be rivaled only by the sorrow in her eyes. Their forbidden romance, condemned by the strict traditions of the time, had sparked a series of events that culminated in the fateful pact that bound the carnival to its eternal legacy. As I read, I could almost see the vivid images of passion, betrayal, and regret unfolding before me, a tapestry of human emotion that was as beautiful as it was heartbreaking. Every new discovery deepened my understanding of the curse's origins and the profound impact it had on the performers' lives. I learned that the carnival was more than a traveling show. It was a living monument to both joy and sorrow, a vessel that carried the weight of countless, unspoken tragedies. The performers' painted smiles were not simply for show. They were the only way to hide their inner torment from a world that could never comprehend the depth of their pain. One night, as I strolled along a deserted corridor lined with old costumes and faded props, I encountered a figure who would forever alter the course of my journey. A man in a threadbare suit stood in the shadows, his eyes reflecting a mixture of wisdom and wariness. He introduced himself simply as Elias, a veteran performer whose long career had seen the carnival at its brightest and its darkest. Over the course of several hushed conversations in the quiet solitude of backstage corners, Elias revealed the truth behind the carnival's curse, a truth that had been carefully guarded by generations of his family. "My dear friend," he began one evening, his voice barely above a whisper, "the curse is not a punishment inflicted from without, but a wound that has festered within us all. Our ancestors, in their desperation to secure immortality for the carnival, made a bargain with forces beyond mortal comprehension. They believed that by binding their souls to the carnival, they would create a legacy that would never die. But what they did not understand was that the price of such a bond is eternal sorrow." His eyes, glimmering with unshed tears, met mine. "You, too, are marked by that same sorrow. The carnival calls to you not merely as an observer, but as a sign of its very essence." Elias went on to explain that the performers' painted smiles were both a mask and a reminder, a daily ritual that kept the curse at bay, even as it demanded a constant toll on their spirits. Every performance was a delicate dance between light and darkness, between the fleeting moments of joy and the ever-present specter of despair. "The true challenge," he confided, "is to embrace the duality of our nature, to acknowledge the pain that lies beneath the smiles while still finding the strength to shine, even if only for a moment." That conversation marked a crucial turning point in my understanding. I realized that the path forward would require more than simply uncovering the past. It would demand that I confront the darkness within myself. The twist, I soon discovered, was that the very legacy that cursed the carnival might also hold the key to its salvation. Deep within the intricate web of sorrow and regret lay a spark of hope, a possibility that, if nurtured, could break the cycle of despair. determined to help ease the burden carried by those who performed beneath the painted smiles. I began to reach out to the other performers. I listened to their stories with an open heart, sharing in their grief and their quiet moments of defiance. Slowly, a sense of solidarity emerged among us, a recognition that, though we were bound by fate, we were not alone. In clandestine meetings after the shows, we would gather in hidden corners of the carnival grounds to share memories and forge plans to reclaim our lives from the shadow of the curse. One particularly poignant evening, as the carnival lights glowed softly against the encroaching darkness, a breakthrough occurred. A young clown named Marasal, whose laughter always belied a deep, seated melancholy, approached me with a trembling resolve. "I have carried this secret for far too long," she said, her voice quivering with emotion. "I have found a relic among my mother's belongings, a small, intricately carved medallion that is said to hold the power to weaken the curse. I believe it is our chance to break free of these chains." The medallion, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the candlelight, represented not only the hope of redemption, but also the painful legacy of generations past. Marasal's revelation set in motion a series of events that felt as though they were guided by fate. Under the cover of night, a small group of us, comprising performers, custodians of the carnival's lore, and even a few brave onlookers, gathered around an ancient oak near the center of the grounds. There, in a ritual that blurred the lines between sorrow and celebration, we held the medallion aloft, each of us silently pledging to face the darkness and to honor the memory of those who had suffered before us. In that moment, as the medallion pulsed with a soft inner light, I felt the invisible bonds of the curse begin to loosen, if only imperceptibly. It was a turning point, a promise that the cycle might one day be broken. Yet even as hope stirred, the carnival's forces were not so easily vanquished. In the days that followed, ominous signs began to manifest. A subtle shift in the air, unexplained tremors in the ground beneath our feet, and the unsettling realization that some among us harbored doubts about our ability to defy destiny. The ringleader himself, the man whose charismatic presence had long held the carnival together, expressed concern over the growing unrest. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he confided in me, "We have danced this macabre waltz for far too long. Perhaps it is time to rewrite the steps, to embrace a new future unburdened by the sins of the past." His words, laced with both fear and resolve, resonated deeply with all who heard them. It became clear that the battle for our souls was not one of external forces alone, but also a struggle within. The eternal conflict between resignation and rebellion, between despair and the faint glimmer of hope. In the following weeks, as preparations were made for a grand performance that would serve as both a celebration of our art and a symbolic act of defiance against the curse, I found myself at the heart of the carnival's transformation. Every painted smile, every carefully rehearsed gesture began to take on a new meaning. We were no longer mere entertainers doomed to repeat a sorrowful script. We were the architects of our own destiny, determined to reclaim the legacy that had been thrust upon us. In moments of quiet reflection, I would think back to Madame Lyara's words and the burden that had been passed down through generations, and I felt both the weight of responsibility and the stirring of courage. The grand performance arrived on a crisp, clear evening when the stars themselves seemed to lean in closer to witness our defiant act. The big top was transformed into a stage of radiant hope, its interior lit by soft, warm lights that contrasted sharply with the somber hues of our past. One by one, the performers took their places, each of us determined to let our true selves shine through the layers of paint and pretense. As I stood backstage, heart pounding with anticipation and fear, I realized that this moment was not simply about entertaining an audience. It was about confronting the legacy of pain and forging a new path forward. The show began with a cascade of color and sound, the performers weaving tales of joy and sorrow with a fluidity that transcended the bounds of traditional spectacle. In the center of the ring, I stepped forward to recite a narrative that had been passed down through my family for generations. A story of love, loss, and the relentless search for redemption. My voice, trembling yet resolute, filled the tent as I recounted the tale of a once glorious carnival that had fallen under a malignant spell, only to be reborn through the courage of those who dared to defy fate. With each word, I felt the invisible chains that had bound us for so long begin to fracture, replaced by the fragile promise of renewal. The climax of the performance came in a breathtaking moment of silence, a pause so profound that it seemed to suspend time itself. All eyes were fixed upon the medallion that Marisol had entrusted to Meek, a symbol of our collective struggle and hope. As I held it aloft, its etched symbols glimmering in the spotlight, I could almost feel the power of every soul that had ever performed beneath these painted smiles. In that heart-stopping instant, the medallion shone with a brilliance that defied explanation, and I sensed that the curse, though formidable, was not invincible. A murmur of awe swept through the crowd, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire carnival exhaled a long, held breath of relief. Yet, even as the medallion's light illuminated the faces of the audience and our fellow performers, a twist of fate reared its head. In the final moments of the performance, a sudden gust of wind swept through the tent, extinguishing the lights and plunging us into darkness. For several agonizing seconds, there was nothing but the sound of our collective heartbeat and the distant echo of laughter. A laughter that now seemed both liberating and tragically ironic. When the lights flickered back on, I discovered that the medallion had vanished, leaving behind only a faint, shimmering residue that dissipated into the ether. The loss of the medallion sent a ripple of shock through the crowd, and I knew in that instant that our battle was far from over. The relic that held the promise of breaking the curse had been taken, or perhaps returned to the forces from which it had come. In the aftermath of that climactic night, the carnival was enveloped in an uneasy stillness. The performers, once united in a surge of defiant hope, now grappled with a renewed sense of uncertainty. Yet amid the confusion and fear, a quiet determination began to take root. We had dared to look behind the painted smiles and confront the curse head-on. And though the medallion had vanished, its memory remained a beacon of the possibility that the cycle of sorrow could someday be broken. In hushed conversations under the light of a waning moon, we vowed to continue our quest, not merely to entertain but to heal the wounds of our past and forge a future in which our true selves could shine unburdened by ancient pain. For me, the journey had become both an external quest and an internal pilgrimage. I realized that beneath every painted smile lay a complex tapestry of emotion, a convergence of joy, grief, hope, and despair, and in embracing that truth, I began to see not only the beauty of our shared legacy, but also the strength that came from acknowledging our vulnerabilities. The carnival, with all its secrets and sorrow, was not a prison but a crucible, a place where the human spirit could be tested, refined, and ultimately set free. As the weeks turned into months, the carnival slowly resumed its ceaseless rhythm, the painted smiles returning to the faces of the performers. But now, they held a glimmer of something new, the promise of transformation. In quiet moments between acts and amidst the lingering echoes of our shared past, I would reflect on the journey that had led me here. I had seen the sorrow behind the masks and heard the silent pleas of hearts long burdened by legacy. And though the curse was still very much alive, I now carried within me the conviction that change was possible, that the cycle of pain could one day be broken if we dared to embrace the darkness and, in doing so, rediscover the light. In the end, beneath the painted smiles of the carnival, there lay a deep, abiding truth that every heart, no matter how scarred, possessed the capacity to heal, that every story of despair held within it the seed of redemption. I knew that my path was far from over, that I still had much to learn and many battles to fight against the forces that sought to keep us bound to our sorrow. Yet, with every smile I encountered, Every whispered secret shared in the quiet after the performance, I found new strength and hope. And so, as I continue to walk the winding paths of this extraordinary carnival, I carry with me the stories of those who came before and the unyielding belief that, one day, we will break free of our cursed legacy. Our painted smiles, though born of necessity and burden, will transform into emblems of our resilience, a testament to the power of the human spirit to overcome even the deepest of sorrows. I stand here now, in the soft glow of early morning, the carnival's lights fading into the distance, and I feel the promise of a new dawn stirring within me. Beneath the painted smiles, beyond the veneer of performance, lies the unspoken truth that every ending is but the precursor to a new beginning. And in that truth, I find my purpose to help us all see that the legacy we inherit is not our prison, but the foundation upon which we can build a future of hope, redemption, and true freedom. I still remember the damp chill that clung to the early morning air as I made my way back to the fortune teller's tent, a place that had come to symbolize the threshold between my old life and a destiny I was only beginning to fathom. The carnival, in all its haunted splendor, lay quiet under a heavy sky, as if it too were holding its breath in anticipation. Every step I took toward Madame Lyora's modest enclosure felt laden with the weight of centuries, and the soft crunch of gravel underfoot was a reminder that fate, like time, marches inexorably on. Inside the tent, the interior was dimly lit by a few scattered candles, their flames dancing in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The air was perfumed with incense and a tinge of something ancient and mysterious. Madame Leora sat behind a small, battered table, her lined face illuminated by the gentle glow. When her eyes met mine, I saw in them a mixture of sorrow knowing and a spark of urgency. "You have returned," she said softly, her voice carrying the cadence of an age-old incantation. "And so must the truth of your lineage be revealed." I sank into the creaking chair opposite her, my heart pounding with trepidation and anticipation. The events of the previous nights, the whispered secrets, the eerie revelations, and the ever-deepening connection I felt to the carnival's legacy, had led me here. I could no longer deny that I was somehow intertwined with this place, that my fate was inextricably bound to the cursed history of this traveling spectacle. Madame Leora's gaze held me in a trance as she slowly shuffled her deck of tarot cards, each movement deliberate and steeped in ritual. "Listen well," she intoned, drawing a card with a trembling hand. It was the Hierophant, a symbol of ancient wisdom and sacred mysteries. This card speaks of a rebirth, of a soul returning from the past to reclaim its destiny. There is a fire within you that has burned through many lifetimes, and tonight, that fire shall be recognized. Her eyes, dark and fathomless, searched mine for a sign of understanding. You are the reincarnate of one who founded this carnival many centuries ago. A founder whose legacy is both a gift and a burden. A shiver ran down my spine as her words sank in. I recalled fragmented memories that had surfaced in moments of intense emotion. A life filled with carnival lights and shadowed alleys, of raucous laughter and hidden sorrows. Could it be that those visions were not merely dreams but echoes of a past life? But why me? I managed to whisper. Why was I chosen to carry this curse and this gift? Madame Lyora's gaze softened, and she leaned forward, her fingers drumming softly on the table. "Every generation bears its mark, child," she murmured. "Long ago, when the founders of the carnival sought to preserve their art and immortality, they made a pact with forces beyond our world. The bargain was sealed with their blood and their dreams, and the legacy of that pact has passed from one generation to the next. You, my dear, are the heir to that ancient fire. You carry within you not only the memories of that life, but also the power to alter its course." Her words ignited a conflagration of conflicting emotions within me. Fear mingled with a strange exhilaration. The idea that my very soul was a repository of centuries-old passion, regret, and hope was both daunting and deeply stirring. "What must I do?" I asked. my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. How can I break free of this curse, or must I embrace it wholly? For a long moment, Madame Leora said nothing, her gaze drifting to the flickering candlelight as if communing with unseen spirits. Finally, she spoke. The choice lies within you. The curse is not immutable. It is a cycle that feeds on fear and resignation. If you can confront the darkness within your own heart, if you can accept both the sorrow and the beauty of your past, you may find the strength to reshape your destiny, and in doing so, free not only yourself, but all who are bound by this legacy. Her words were like a sacred promise and a terrible warning all at once. I closed my eyes, trying to summon the hidden memories that had haunted my dreams, fleeting images of a grand circus tent under starlight, performers whose faces were a tapestry of joy and sorrow, and the unmistakable sense of being watched by an unseen presence. I recalled the fortune teller's earlier cryptic hints and the murmurs of the carnival itself, the way it seemed to breathe, to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and sorrowful. Every fragment of memory, every whispered secret, pointed toward the truth that I was more than a mere observer in this unfolding drama. I was a central actor in a tale that spanned lifetimes. Madame Leora's eyes met mine again, and I felt as if she were peering into the very depths of my soul. You must undertake a journey, a pilgrimage into your own past, she said softly. In your dreams and in your waking hours, you will encounter the echoes of that other life. They will guide you to a hidden chamber beneath the carnival grounds, where the relics of your former self lie waiting. There, you will find the key to breaking the cycle, a symbol of hope and redemption that has been lost for far too long. The notion of such a journey sent a cascade of emotions through me, a mingling of dread at facing long, forgotten truths and a burning curiosity to reclaim a part of myself that had been buried under layers of time. I hesitated for only a moment before nodding, as if in silent accord with the fates. I will do it, I declared, my voice steadier than I felt. I will seek out this chamber and uncover the relic that can set us free. A profound silence settled over the tent, punctuated only by the soft rustle of Madame Leora's shawl and the steady, rhythmic flicker of the candle flames. Remember, she warned, that every step you take will be a confrontation with the parts of yourself you have long hidden away. The path is fraught with sorrow, but also with the promise of renewal. Only by embracing both can you hope to alter the course of destiny. In the days that followed, I found myself oscillating between the ordinary rhythms of carnival life and a growing inner turbulence. The world around me, the painted faces of performers, the raucous laughter of children, the haunting strains of Calliope music, took on new meaning. Every gesture, every whispered conversation in the shadows, seemed imbued with the weight of my past and the urgency of my future. I became increasingly introspective, seeking solitude wherever I could. A quiet corner behind a tent, a forgotten bench near the edge of the fairground, even the silent, dew-soaked grass beneath the carnival lights. Late one night, when the carnival had dimmed to a hushed lull and the stars shone like distant witnesses to my inner turmoil, I returned to the spot where I had first felt the call of the past. It was a narrow pathway lined with old, ivy-clad walls, and as I walked its length, memories began to surface unbidden. I saw flashes of a life that was not my own, a life filled with the heady rush of the circus, the fervor of daring performances, and the bittersweet taste of ephemeral glory. I recognized the silhouette of a man in a top hat, the laughter of an audience that had long since faded into legend, and the ghostly echo of a promise made in another time. These visions were disjointed and elusive, like shards of a shattered mirror reflecting a world both beautiful and tragic. I recalled the sense of belonging that had once defined my every moment beneath the big top, a feeling of being part of something larger than myself, a living, breathing community of souls who had dared to dream even as they suffered. And with each passing moment, I realized that the relic Madame Leora had spoken of was not merely an object to be found. but a key to unlocking a deeper understanding of who I truly was. Driven by a newfound resolve, I began to probe the carnival's hidden recesses with an intensity that surprised even me. I sought out old acquaintances, a veteran clown whose eyes still sparkled with the memories of past glories, a tightrope walker who spoke in hushed tones about the thin line between life and death, a stagehand who remembered the old legends with a mix of reverence and regret. Each conversation, every furtive glance and whispered anecdote, hinted at a secret history that had been carefully preserved by those who had come before. They spoke of a time when the carnival was more than a traveling show, when it was a sanctuary for lost souls and a beacon of wonder in a dark world. Their words, laced with both hope and despair, reinforced the conviction that my destiny was intertwined with this place in ways I had only begun to understand. One particularly stormy evening, as rain pounded the canvas of the tents and the wind howled like a chorus of ancient spirits, I found shelter in a forgotten storeroom tucked behind a dilapidated booth. There, amidst a jumble of discarded costumes and faded posters, I discovered a dusty journal bound in cracked leather. The pages were filled with elegant, looping script, chronicling the memories of one of the original founders of the carnival. As I read, I was struck by the raw honesty of the words. The author detailed not only the triumphs of a life dedicated to spectacle, but also the profound sorrow that came with every fleeting moment of glory. The journal recounted a forbidden love, a betrayal that had shattered dreams, and a desperate plea for redemption that resonated with the very core of my being. I felt an overwhelming kinship with this long, dead soul, as if his struggles were my own, echoing across the vast corridors of time. The more I delved into these relics of memory, the clearer it became that I was not an accidental visitor to this carnival, but rather its destined heir, a reincarnate of the founder who had once forged a pact with forces beyond mortal reckoning. With every line of script and every faded illustration, the journal painted a picture of a man who had striven to capture the essence of beauty and sorrow in equal measure, a man whose life had been a delicate balancing act between brilliance and despair. It was in those pages that I discovered the first hint of the relic Madame Leora had foretold. A small, intricately carved locket, described as the heart of the carnival, said to contain the spark of life itself. According to the journal, this locket had been lost in the chaos of a great betrayal, its power hidden away until the day the reincarnate would come to reclaim it, and, in doing so, challenge the ancient curse. Armed with this knowledge, I set out to piece together the fragments of that forgotten history. I scoured the carnival grounds, questioning those few who still held fragments of the old tales, and slowly, a picture began to emerge. The founder, whose name had been lost to time, but whose spirit haunted every corner of this enchanted yet cursed place, had been a visionary, a man who had dared to dream of a legacy that transcended mortal bounds. His ambition, however, had come at a terrible cost. In his quest for immortality, he had unwittingly bound his soul and that of his descendants to an endless cycle of performance and pain. The locket, as the journal described, was not merely a trinket. It was a talisman imbued with the power to either reinforce the curse or shatter it entirely, depending on the heart of the one who possessed it. That revelation ignited within me a tumult of emotions, hope intermingled with fear, determination shadowed by the weight of inevitable sacrifice. I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril, for I would have to confront not only the external forces that had long held the carnival in thrall, but also the inner demons that had been nurtured by generations of sorrow. In the quiet moments before dawn, as I lay awake beneath a threadbare blanket in a backstage room, I vowed to myself that I would reclaim the locket and, in doing so, reclaim my true self. The search for the relic became an obsession, one that led me to traverse forgotten corridors and secret passageways beneath the carnival. I encountered hidden alcoves filled with relics of the past, old photographs, handwritten letters, and mysterious symbols etched into the wood of ancient crates. Each discovery brought me closer to understanding the nature of the curse and the role I was meant to play in its unraveling. I began to experience vivid dreams, visions of a life that seemed both distant and etchingly familiar, where I walked hand in hand with figures from another era under the glow of a carnival that sparkled with ethereal light. In these dreams, I saw the founder himself, a dignified man with eyes that burned with both hope and regret, and I sensed that he was urging me to complete the mission he had once begun. It was during one such dream that I woke with a start, drenched in sweat and clutching a scrap of parchment that had somehow materialized in my hand. The faded ink bore a single, cryptic phrase, "Only through love may the curse be undone." I spent long hours pondering these words, their significance deepening with each passing moment. They suggested that the key to breaking the cycle lay not in the mere reclamation of an object, but in the transformation of the spirit, a profound act of forgiveness, acceptance, and love that could heal the wounds of the past. It was a revelation that resonated with everything I had learned from Madame Leora and the whispered confessions of the carnival's custodians of memory. At last, after days of relentless searching and searching, I found myself standing before an ancient door hidden behind a tapestry of ivy and faded carnival banners. The door was unremarkable in appearance, a simple, weathered slab of oak with iron studs, but it exuded an aura of solemnity and expectancy. With trembling hands, I pushed it open and stepped into a subterranean chamber that seemed to exist outside of time. Dust motes danced in the slanted beams of light that filtered through narrow cracks in the ceiling, and the silence was punctuated only by the sound of my own breathing. There, resting upon a stone pedestal and surrounded by a circle of old, flickering candles, lay the locket, the heart of the carnival. In that moment, I felt as if the weight of generations was pressing upon my shoulders. The locket, intricately carved with symbols that mirrored those in the journal, pulsed with a soft, inner glow as though it contained the very heartbeat of the past. I reached out, my hand shaking with both fear and reverence, and as my fingers closed around it, I experienced a surge of emotions, a flood of memories, joy, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of belonging. The relic was warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting for me to claim it, and in that warmth I sensed the possibility of redemption, a chance to break the ancient cycle that had bound the carnival for so long. Holding the locket close, I recalled Madame Leora's words and the parchment's cryptic message: love, forgiveness, and acceptance. These were the keys to transformation. I closed my eyes and allowed my mind to drift, reaching out to the echoes of the past. In the silence of that hidden chamber, I made a vow. I would not let the curse define the carnival or the lives of those who had suffered under its shadow. I would carry the memory of the founder with humility and honor, and I would do everything in my power to transform the legacy of sorrow into one of hope and renewal. When I finally emerged from the subterranean chamber, the early light of dawn was breaking over the carnival grounds, painting everything in a soft, golden hue. I felt reborn, as if the locket had unlocked a part of me that had been dormant for far too long. The journey ahead was still uncertain, and the forces of the curse would not simply vanish with a single act of defiance. But I now understood that my destiny was mine to shape. The path toward redemption was long and fraught with obstacles, yet it was also filled with the promise of transformation, a promise that even the darkest legacies could be rewritten through the power of love and the strength of the human spirit. In the days and weeks that followed, I carried the locket everywhere I went, a constant reminder of the responsibility I now bore. I sought out the performers and custodians of the carnival's lore, sharing with them the revelations I had gleaned and the hope that, together, we could break free of the cycle of sorrow. Slowly, conversations turned to confessions, and confessions to plans. The once dormant spark of rebellion grew into a determined flame as we began to forge a new narrative for our lives. Narrative in which the curse was not an inescapable fate, but a challenge to be met with courage and compassion. I watched as the carnival, long a monument to dualities of joy and despair, started to shift. The painted smiles on the performers' faces began to reflect not only the pain of the past, but also the promise of a future unburdened by old grievances. In small, quiet acts of defiance, we reclaimed our stories. In whispered gatherings behind the scenes, we recounted tales of love lost and found, of battles fought both externally and within our own hearts. And as each new day dawned over Heaven's Bend, the carnival grew a little brighter, a beacon of resilience amid the encroaching shadows. The transformation was not instantaneous, and there were moments of doubt when the ancient forces seemed too formidable to overcome. Yet every time I held the locket, I was reminded that our shared destiny was not sealed in stone, but was as fluid and malleable as the human heart itself. The prophecy had spoken of a reincarnate, a soul reborn to challenge the curse, and I now understood that I was not alone. Every performer, every voice behind a painted smile, was a part of that enduring tapestry, each thread woven together by a common desire to heal, to forgive, and to reclaim the beauty that lay beneath the sorrow. Even as the carnival's legacy was reimagined in subtle, profound ways, I never forgot the words of Madame Lyra, that the power to break the curse lay within us all, in our willingness to confront our darkest memories and to embrace the light of hope. And so, with the locket as my constant companion and the echoes of the past guiding my every step, I vowed to continue the journey, a journey of self-discovery, redemption, and the eternal quest to transform destiny through the simple, transformative act of love. As I stand now in the soft light of a new dawn, I know that the prophecy of the reincarnate is not merely a burden, but also a gift, a chance to rewrite the narrative of our lives and to turn the carnival's sorrow into a symphony of hope. The journey has only just begun, and while the curse still lingers like a shadow on the horizon, the spark of change burns brighter than ever within me. I carry with me the legacy of those who came before, the promise of renewal, and the unyielding conviction that love, true, unselfish, and redemptive love, can indeed break the chains of even the most ancient curse. And so, with the heart of the carnival pressed close to my chest, I step forward into a future of uncertain promise, ready to face the darkness and to bring forth a new dawn. I am the reincarnate of a founder long past, the living embodiment of a legacy that has spanned centuries, and I choose now to forge a destiny where the curse is not an end, but a beginning of healing, of transformation, and of a carnival reborn, where every painted smile holds not a secret of sorrow, but the radiant promise of a future filled with hope. I close my eyes, breathe in the crisp morning air, and with each step, I honor the memory of all who suffered beneath the weight of the curse. I know that the road ahead is steeped in challenge, but I also know that the strength of our collective spirit will prevail. In the quiet recesses of my heart, I carry the truth that to embrace one's past is to unlock the power to shape the future. The prophecy of the reincarnate is not a tale of despair. It is a testament to the resilience of the human soul and the eternal possibility of redemption. And so, as the sun rises over the carnival and bathes the world in golden light, I step boldly into my destiny. The curse that once threatened to shackle us all now trembles before the force of our shared hope. I am the heir to an ancient legacy, the living spark that can ignite the flames of transformation, and I will not rest until the carnival's heart is healed and its future is reclaimed. I know now that the power to change our fate lies not in defiance alone, but in the delicate balance of accepting both our joys and our sorrows, our triumphs and our defeats. In that sacred balance, the cycle can be broken, and the true essence of life, its infinite capacity for love and renewal, can shine forth. And as I continue this journey, with every step echoing the heartbeat of generations past, and every breath infused with the promise of tomorrow, I stand ready to fulfill the prophecy and to bring forth a new era for the carnival, for Heaven's Bend, and for all those whose lives are intertwined with our eternal, bittersweet legacy. I remember the day when the weight of history seemed to press down upon me like a tangible force, as if the sins of the past were inscribed in the very air I breathed. It was a cool, overcast afternoon when I wandered away from the bustling heart of the carnival and found myself drawn toward a neglected section of Havens Bend, a narrow alley bordered by ancient brick walls and crumbling stone, where memories clung to every surface like ivy. In that quiet corridor of time, I discovered a small, hidden door marked with faded symbols and the whisper of secrets too potent to be forgotten. I sensed that behind this door lay not just a relic of the past, but the reflection of sin and memory itself, the painful chronicle of generations that had once danced beneath the carnival's glittering lights. Pushing the heavy door open, I stepped into a dimly lit room that seemed suspended between eras. Dust motes swirled in the sparse beams of light that filtered through grimy windows, and the air was thick with the aroma of old paper, incense, and a hint of melancholy. Shelves lined with ancient books, brittle photographs, and yellowed letters stretched along the walls. Here, in the archive of sin and memory, a hidden annex of the carnival's storied past. Every object was a testament to lives once lived, to errors committed, and to regrets that had never been washed away by time. I paused before a weathered portrait of a stern-faced man whose eyes held both pride and sorrow, wondering if the guilt in his gaze was a burden he had borne alone or one shared by all who had passed through this cursed legacy. I began to explore the room methodically, my fingers trailing along the spines of forgotten tomes as I sought to piece together the narrative of sins committed in the name of art and survival. Each book, each faded photograph, was a window into a life steeped in both beauty and degradation. One leather-bound journal, its pages nearly disintegrated by time, recounted the tale of a once celebrated performer who had fallen from grace after a scandal that rocked the town. The pages detailed clandestine meetings, forbidden romances, and the crushing remorse of a soul that had betrayed its own ideals. As I read the words, I felt an echo of that anguish reverberate through my own being, as though the sorrow of that long ego transgression had seeped into my veins. It was as if the journal were not simply a record of the past, but a living reminder that the sins of one generation could haunt the next. Wandering further into the archive, I discovered a collection of letters tied together with a fraying ribbon. Their ink was smudged by tears and time, and the cursive script told stories of love and loss, of promises made in the hope of redemption and then shattered by betrayal. One letter in particular caught my eye, a heartfelt missive from a young woman pleading forgiveness from a lover who had been lost to the whims of fate and a cruel destiny. Her words were raw and unfiltered, and I could almost hear her voice trembling with the weight of regret. I beg you, do not let our sins condemn us to oblivion. Remember me as I was, not as I have become. The sincerity in her plea stirred something deep within me, a yearning to right old wrongs, to find a path toward absolution for those who had suffered in silence for so long. Every artifact in that archive bore witness to the carnival's long and turbulent history, a history interwoven with sin, memory, and the indelible marks of regret. I discovered a battered music box that, when wound, played a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the corridors of time. Its tune was both melancholic and hopeful, as if suggesting that even in the depths of despair, there could be moments of fragile beauty. I held the music box close and listened, each note a reminder that the carnival was not merely a theater of cruelty, but also a sanctuary for souls seeking solace from the harsh judgments of the world. As I moved through the archive, I felt the presence of those who had come before me, a legion of lost souls whose laughter, tears, and missteps were forever etched into the fabric of the carnival. Their memories were not abstract. They were as vivid as the scars on an old tapestry, as real as the sound of footsteps in an empty hall. I paused before an antique mirror mounted on the wall, its surface clouded by age and regret. When I looked into it, I did not see merely my own reflection, but the spectral images of performers long gone. Their eyes, filled with both defiance and sorrow, seemed to beg me to remember, to acknowledge the sins that had shaped this place, and to learn from the mistakes that had haunted it for so many years. In that moment, I understood that the archive was more than a repository of memorabilia. It was a living testament to the duality of human nature, a reminder that sin and memory are inextricably linked. For every act of cruelty, there was an act of love. For every betrayal, there was the possibility of forgiveness. The carnival, with all its beauty and horror, was a microcosm of the human condition, and it was in the quiet reflections of this room that I began to grasp the true extent of its legacy. I took careful notes, transcribing passages from journals and letters onto my battered notebook. Each word was a revelation, each sentence a bridge connecting the past with the present. I felt the responsibility of carrying these memories forward, not as burdens to be hidden away, but as lessons to be learned. The sins of the past were not to be glorified or condemned in isolation. They were the building blocks of the future, the raw materials from which redemption could be forged. In the hushed silence of the archive, I made a silent vow to honor these memories, to let them guide me on the path toward a future where the mistakes of old might finally be forgiven. After what felt like an eternity among these relics of regret, I emerged from the archive into the fading light of dusk. The carnival grounds had taken on a different aspect now. No longer were they merely a stage for spectacle and wonder. They had become a living canvas painted with the hues of human frailty. I walked slowly along the cobblestone paths, each step a meditation on the transience of joy and the enduring nature of sorrow. The faces of the performers, once so vibrant and full of mirth, now seemed to bear the weight of their hidden histories. I saw the jester's eyes glimmer with unshed tears, the contortionist's graceful movements laced with quiet resignation, and even the ringleader's booming laughter could not entirely mask the loneliness that lay beneath. That night, as the carnival's neon lights flickered uncertainly in the cool autumn air, I found a quiet spot by an old, gnarled tree near the edge of the grounds. I sat on a weathered bench and allowed the memories of the day to wash over me. The archive, with all its solemn revelations, had awakened in me a profound understanding of the intricate dance between sin and memory. Every misdeed, every regret, was a part of a larger tapestry, one that stretched back through the generations, connecting the lives of performers to the legacy of the carnival itself. I closed my eyes and listened to the distant strains of calliope music mingling with the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. In that moment of introspection, I realized that the path toward redemption lay in acknowledging these memories, in accepting that the sins of the past were not merely curses to be endured, but lessons to be embraced as catalysts for transformation. The next day, determined to deepen my understanding of the carnival's past, I sought out the elder members of the troupe. I found them gathered in a quiet corner behind the main tent, their faces etched with the lines of hardship and experience. One of them, a wizened man known only as Mr. Albright, regarded me with a knowing look when I approached. "You have seen the truth in that archive, haven't you?" he asked, his voice soft yet laden with authority. I nodded, and he motioned for me to sit beside him. "Every performer here carries a piece of that past within them, Mr. Albright explained. Our sins are like shadows that follow us from the moment we take our first breath. They are part of our identity, whether we choose to acknowledge them or not. But it is only by facing these shadows that we can hope to find a measure of peace." His words resonated deeply with me. He continued, recounting stories of youthful indiscretions and moments of moral collapse, tales that were as painful as they were instructive. I listened in rapt silence, feeling the gravity of his confessions and the sincerity of his remorse. "Forgiveness, however," Mr. Albright went on, "is not granted by others. It must be earned by ourselves. We must learn to forgive ourselves for the sins of our past if we are to move forward. The carnival, with all its splendor and sorrow, is our crucible. It is here that we are tested, that we are given the opportunity to transform our regrets into wisdom. His words stirred within me a determination to confront my own hidden guilt, to seek reconciliation with the darker parts of my soul. I resolved then that I would not shy away from the painful truths revealed in the archive, but rather, I would embrace them as necessary steps on the path toward healing. Over the following weeks, I made it my mission to document the stories of the older performers. I spent long hours with Mr. Albright and others like him, recording their recollections of past transgressions, of moments when the carnival had been both a source of ecstasy and a stage for unspeakable sorrow. These conversations were raw and unvarnished, filled with the honesty of lives lived on the edge of light and darkness. I learned of secret liaisons that had ended in heartbreak, of bitter rivalries that had sown discord among once close companions, and of acts of courage that had saved lives in moments of desperate need. Every narrative was a thread in the tapestry of sin and memory that bound us all together. One evening, as rain began to patter against the stained glass of an old pavilion near the carnival's edge, I sat with a group of performers in a small, makeshift parlor. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and nostalgia. A young acrobat, her eyes bright despite the melancholy in her voice, shared her story of a lost love, a forbidden romance that had ended in tragedy when societal expectations had torn them apart. I remember the way his eyes shone with promise, she said softly, her voice quivering. I remember the promises we made under the stars, promises that were shattered by the cruelty of fate. And yet, even now, I can still feel his presence, a ghost that haunts me not with regret, but with the bittersweet reminder of what once was. Her tale, like so many others, was a meditation on the interplay between sin and memory, a reminder that the past, for all its pain, also held the seeds of hope for renewal. In the days that followed, as I compiled these stories and the remnants of ancient artifacts into my notebook, I began to see a pattern emerge. The sins of the past were not isolated incidents of weakness or moral failure. They were part of a larger continuum, a historical chain linking each generation to the next. The carnival itself was a living repository of these sins, a place where the mistakes of old were not buried but displayed for all to see, serving as cautionary tales and as inspirations for change. I realized that if we were to break free from this cycle, we needed to confront our shared past with honesty and compassion, accepting that our collective memory, no matter how painful, was the key to forging a better future. That realization spurred me into action. I organized small gatherings among the performers and even invited a few trusted townsfolk who had long been curious about the carnival's hidden history. In these meetings, we would sit around a low, burning fire in a secluded courtyard, each person encouraged to share their personal reflections on the events that had shaped their lives. There were tears and quiet moments of silence, but also laughter as old wounds were reopened and, in time, began to heal through the recognition that we were all in this together. We spoke of redemption, of the possibility that the sins of the past might be transformed into lessons for the future, and that by facing our memories head on, we could learn to forgive not only others, but also ourselves. The atmosphere during these gatherings was charged with a profound sense of catharsis. I observed as hardened faces softened, as eyes once filled with guarded sorrow began to shine with tentative hope. There was a palpable energy, a stirring of the spirit that promised that change, however slow and hard won, was within our grasp. In that crucible of shared experience, the carnival's legacy of sin and memory began to reveal its hidden duality, that the past, for all its darkness, could be the foundation upon which a brighter future was built. As autumn deepened into winter, I continued my quest to unearth every remnant of the carnival's storied past. I revisited the archive of sin and memory many times, each visit peeling back another layer of secrets until I could almost feel the ghosts of remorse and longing surrounding me, like a protective shroud. In the quiet hours of the early morning, I would sit alone among the relics, and allow my thoughts to drift back through the years, pondering the sacrifices made in the name of art and the price of ambition. It was during these solitary moments that I began to understand that the true measure of redemption was not found in forgetting the past, but in embracing it fully, acknowledging every sin, every memory, and using them as the raw material to build a future defined by empathy and forgiveness. In the final analysis, my journey through the labyrinth of sin and memory had transformed me in ways I had never imagined. The carnival, with its shimmering lights and hidden shadows, had taught me that every act of transgression was accompanied by an equal opportunity for absolution. I had learned that the reflection of sin is never entirely dark, for it is through that reflection that the light of memory shines most brilliantly, guiding us toward a redemption that is as human as it is divine. Now, as I stand on the threshold of a new era for the carnival and for Heaven's Bend, I carry with me the weight and the wisdom of all those who came before. Their memories are etched into my soul, a constant reminder that our past does not define us, but rather, it equips us with the strength to overcome even the deepest of sorrows. The reflections of sin and memory that I have gathered are not relics to be hidden away. They are the very foundation of our collective hope and renewal. In sharing these stories, in facing our past with unflinching honesty, we begin the slow, arduous process of healing. I now know that the true legacy of the carnival is not its cursed history of sorrow, but the resilience of the human spirit in the face of it all. Each whispered confession, each tear shed in the dim light of remembrance, is a stepping stone toward a future where forgiveness is not an abstract ideal, but a living, breathing reality. As the seasons turn and the carnival prepares for yet another season of wonder and mystery, I remain ever mindful of the lessons of the past, determined to honor the memory of those who have suffered and to ensure that their stories become the guiding lights for all of us. And so, in the quiet moments before the new day dawns, I close my eyes and offer a silent prayer, not for the erasure of our sins, but for the courage to transform them into the wisdom that will light our way forward. For in the reflections of sin and memory lies the power to remake our destiny, to reforge the bonds of community, and to build a future where every scar is a testament to survival and every memory a promise of hope. I walk now with the knowledge that our past, however laden with sorrow, is not a chain that binds us, but a source of strength from which we may draw endless courage. The carnival, our shared sanctuary of light and shadow, will continue to live on not as a monument to regret, but as a living archive of the human heart's capacity to love, to forgive, and ultimately, to rise again. I embrace the legacy of sin and memory with both humility and resolve, knowing that by acknowledging our darkest moments, we can step boldly into the light of tomorrow. The night the carnival unleashed its true nature, the air was charged with an intensity that seemed to warp both time and space. I had come to expect strange happenings at Heaven's Bend, but nothing could have prepared me for the transformation that would soon engulf the carnival's very soul. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly at first, a shift in the wind, a soft change in the hum of the calliope music. And then, like a dam breaking, chaos erupted from every corner of the grounds. I had been wandering near the edge of the midway when I first noticed it. The bright neon lights, which only hours before had flickered with cheerful abandon, now sputtered and glowed with an eerie, pallid luminescence. The laughter of the crowd, usually buoyant and carefree, had given way to gasps and murmurs of apprehension. It was as if the carnival had shed its daytime mask, revealing a darker, more sinister persona hidden beneath layers of paint and pretense. Drawn by an insatiable curiosity and an underlying dread, I followed the shifting lights to the heart of the carnival. The main tent, which had always stood as a symbol of unbridled joy and spectacle, now loomed like an ancient cathedral of forgotten rites. Its canvas, once vibrant with colors that danced merrily in the sunlight, was now mottled and torn in places, as if ravaged by an unseen force. Shadows played across its surface, and a low, almost imperceptible rumble seemed to emanate from within. Stepping through the entrance, I was immediately struck by the overwhelming sense that the carnival was no longer under human control. The usual cacophony of music, chatter, and mechanical clatter was replaced by a dissonant symphony, a clamor of distorted sounds, intermingled with unearthly whispers that slithered through the darkness. I felt as if I were entering another realm entirely, one where the boundaries between the tangible and the spectral had dissolved. My first stop was at the House of Mirrors, an attraction that had always intrigued me with its promise of distorted reflections. But on this night, as I stepped inside, I found that the mirrors did not merely bend light. They seemed to capture the very essence of one's soul. In each fragmented reflection, I saw not only my own terrified eyes, but also fleeting images of strangers and phantasmal figures that moved behind me. At times, I thought I recognized faces from the town's distant past, their expressions twisted by agony and regret. The longer I lingered, the more I began to question whether these were mere optical illusions, or if I was witnessing the residual memories of lives long extinguished. Every step I took echoed with a hollow sound, as though the mirrors themselves were mourning the loss of innocence and joy. Leaving the labyrinth of glass, I wandered toward the Carousel of Sins, a macabre reinterpretation of a once joyful ride. Its wooden horses, now carved with grotesque exaggerations, bore hollow, almost skeletal grins. Their painted eyes, which had once glimmered with a semblance of life, were now dull and sorrowful, as if they remembered all the unspoken transgressions of the carnival's history. I hesitantly mounted one of these eerie creatures, and as the carousel slowly began to spin, I felt a disquieting kinship with the ride. With every rotation, the scene around me blurred, and I was transported to visions of revelry marred by betrayal, a series of snapshots where laughter was intercut with tears, and every moment of joy was shadowed by the specter of impending doom. The carousel's creaking mechanism, no longer a symbol of simple amusement, now served as a metronome marking the relentless passage of fate. From the carousel, I made my way to the funhouse of faded dreams, a hall of distorted realities where each room offered a glimpse into the darkest corners of the human psyche. The entrance, marked by a flickering sign that read, "Step inside for revelations," beckoned with a promise that I could not ignore. Inside, the walls were plastered with surreal paintings and aged photographs that chronicled the carnival's more obscure moments. Secret trysts behind the curtains, whispered apologies in dimly lit corners, and the silent despair of those who had once believed in magic now turned bitter by experience. One room, in particular, caught my attention, a chamber where a series of mannequins were arranged in poses of silent agony, their vacant eyes seemingly pleading for a mercy that would never come. As I passed through this morbid gallery, I felt a profound sadness seep into my bones, as if the very air was saturated with the memories of shattered dreams and lost love. Outside, the transformation continued unabated. The Hall of Whispers, which normally offered soft, indistinct murmurs to those who dared to listen, now resounded with voices that were both urgent and accusatory. The tense fabric quivered as if alive, and the whispers grew louder, melding into an almost coherent chant that seemed to carry warnings from a forgotten past. I stepped inside and found that the phonographs lining the walls, each one an artifact of bygone days, played a discordant medley of voices. In one moment, I heard a plea for forgiveness from a long, departed soul. In the next, I caught snippets of a dirge lamenting the loss of innocence. The sound was both beautiful and terrible, a reminder that the carnival's curse was as much a part of its identity as the colorful lights and lively music that had once defined it. The atmosphere grew even more surreal as I ventured toward the tunnel of time, a passageway that stretched beneath the carnival like the entrails of some vast, slumbering beast. Constructed of rough, hewn stone and draped with creeping ivy, the tunnel's walls were inscribed with cryptic symbols and fading murals. Entering the tunnel, I immediately sensed a distortion of reality. The passage was long and winding, and the light at the far end flickered uncertainly, as though battling against an overwhelming darkness. I walked slowly, each step echoing off the ancient stones, until I began to experience disjointed visions that seemed to tear through the fabric of my consciousness. In one fleeting moment, I saw a bustling carnival of the past, a time when the attractions shimmered with life and the performers radiated hope and ambition. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the scene dissolved into a panorama of devastation, tents in ruins, performers wandering aimlessly with vacant eyes, and a sky stained with the tears of 1,000 lost souls. The tunnel, I realized, was not merely a physical corridor, but a conduit for the memories of time itself, a place where the carnival's collective history was laid bare for all to see. Emerging from the tunnel of time, I found that the carnival had reached a fever pitch of unrestrained chaos. The central grounds, once a place of orchestrated wonder, were now a maelstrom of frenetic activity and raw emotion. Attractions that had once operated in harmonious synchrony now clashed violently, their mechanisms hissing and groaning in discord. Performers moved with wild, uncoordinated urgency, their expressions contorted by an inner turmoil that no amount of painted cheer could conceal. It was as if the carnival, long content to hide behind its veneer of spectacle, had finally shed all pretense and revealed its most primal nature. At the heart of this chaos stood the big top, a massive structure whose once grand arches now trembled with instability. Under its cavernous expanse, the true nature of the curse was laid bare. The stage, usually a platform for controlled displays of artistry, had become a battleground for forces beyond human understanding. In one corner, I saw a group of acrobats engaged in a desperate struggle with shadowy figures that seemed to rise from the very floor. Their acrobatics, once graceful and effortless, were now frantic and laced with a palpable fear. In another, a troupe of clowns, their makeup smeared into grotesque masks of despair, performed a macabre pantomime that spoke of betrayal, loss, and the inexorable pull of fate. I pushed my way toward the center of the big top, compelled by a need to witness the climax of this unfolding spectacle. As I drew near, the air thickened, and every heartbeat resonated like a drum of destiny. Under the blazing glare of a single, swinging spotlight, the carnival's orchestrator, a figure shrouded in tattered finery and crowned with a garland of wilted roses, stood atop a raised platform. His voice, deep and resonant, boomed out commands that reverberated through the tent. Tonight, he declared, the carnival shall reclaim its true form. We shall cast off the chains of our past and embrace the fury of the present. His words, charged with an unholy energy, ignited a frenzy among the performers. The air crackled with the promise of an irreversible transformation, as if every soul present were about to be remade by the crucible of their collective passion and despair. At that moment, the central vortex of energy materialized beneath the spotlight, a swirling maelstrom of light and shadow that pulsed in time with the very heartbeat of the carnival. The vortex seemed to devour the surrounding light, drawing in every stray beam and refracting it into a chaotic spectrum of colors that danced across the canvas of the big top. I felt a magnetic pull toward it, as if the vortex held the key to all the mysteries that had plagued the carnival for generations. Its motion was mesmerizing, oscillating between violent turbulence and a hypnotic, rhythmic pulse that promised both destruction and renewal. In a sudden, cataclysmic moment, the vortex expanded, engulfing the platform and sending shockwaves through the tent. The orchestrator's triumphant cry was swallowed by the roar of the unleashed forces. Performers and onlookers alike were thrown into disarray as the carnival's very fabric unraveled before our eyes. Tents collapsed, attractions groaned under unseen pressure, and the ground trembled with the convulsions of ancient energies breaking free from their confines. I struggled to maintain my footing amid the chaos, my mind reeling from the overwhelming intensity of it all. For a moment, it felt as though the boundaries between the physical world and a realm of pure, Unbridled emotion had dissolved. Amid this maelstrom, I caught sight of figures, both familiar and unknown, moving with purpose through the swirling chaos. The performers, once constrained by the rituals of the show, now appeared as warriors in a battle against forces older than time itself. Their eyes burned with a fierce determination, and even in the midst of carnage, there was an undeniable beauty in their struggle, a testament to the indomitable spirit that had long defined the carnival. I saw the juggler from the earlier days, his flaming batons now replaced by flickering orbs of light that danced around him as if possessed. The contortionist moved with a fluidity that defied the laws of nature, her body twisting in impossible ways as she navigated the chaos with otherworldly grace. And above it all, the orchestrator's silhouette remained, a dark figure whose very presence commanded both fear and awe. In the ensuing moments, I realized that the carnival had become a living entity, one that fed on the raw, unfiltered emotions of those within it. The unleashed energies were not solely destructive. They carried with them the potential for rebirth. I felt a stirring deep within me, a call to action that transcended mere survival. The vortex, which had seemed a harbinger of doom, now beckoned as an opportunity, a chance to confront the curse that had long bound us all, and perhaps to reshape our collective destiny. Compelled by this realization, I moved closer to the epicenter of the vortex. The air around me shimmered with raw power, and every fiber of my being vibrated in resonance with the swirling energies. I could hear the heartbeat of the carnival, a rhythmic pulse that echoed the laughter, the tears, and the quiet desperation of countless souls. In that moment, I understood that the unleashed carnival was not simply an expression of chaos, but a crucible for transformation. It was a force that demanded that we face our innermost fears, our deepest sorrows, and our most radiant hopes all at once. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I reached out toward the vortex. I did not know what would happen if I touched it, but I felt that the answer lay in embracing the full spectrum of the carnival's raw power. As my hand neared the edge of the swirling maelstrom, a sudden clarity overtook me. The carnival, in its unrestrained fury, was offering a choice, a chance to either succumb to the ancient curse or to harness its energies for our own redemption. In that split second, I made my decision. I plunged my hand into the vortex, and in that instant, a cascade of images flooded my mind, memories of a time when the carnival was born of hope and magic. Visions of joyous performances under starlit skies, and the sorrowful recollections of those who had sacrificed everything in the name of art. The experience was overwhelming, a torrent of emotions and visions that threatened to tear me apart. Yet within that overwhelming surge, I sensed a profound unity, a truth that all our experiences, our triumphs and our tragedies, were inextricably linked. The vortex was not simply an agent of destruction, it was a force of purification, burning away the illusions that had long obscured our true potential. As the energy surged through me, I felt my very essence merge with that of the carnival. Time seemed to slow, and I became acutely aware of every heartbeat, every exhaled breath. The pain, the fear, and the anguish that had haunted me for so long were laid bare, only to be transmuted into a brilliant, incandescent light that filled the darkness. In that transformative moment, the carnival's unleashed fury became a beacon of possibility. I realized that by embracing the full force of the unleashed carnival, I could reclaim not only my own destiny, but also offer a path to redemption for every tormented soul within its boundaries. When I finally withdrew my hand, the vortex receded into a gentle, rhythmic pulse. The chaos around me did not vanish, but it had changed. The frenetic energy gave way to a palpable calm, a sense that the carnival had been reborn in the midst of its own tumult. Performers began to gather, their faces marked by a mixture of awe and relief, and the orchestrator, his eyes now filled not with arrogance, but with humbled respect, stepped down from his platform. It was as if the carnival itself had exhaled a long, held breath and was ready, at last, to rebuild from the ashes of its unleashed fury. In the aftermath of that climactic night, as the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon, the carnival's transformation became evident in every detail. The tattered tents and broken attractions were being mended by those who had once been merely its entertainers. There was a renewed sense of purpose in every gesture, a quiet determination to harness the unleashed energies for creation rather than destruction. The once frightening vortex had receded into a distant memory, a potent reminder of the night when the carnival's true nature was revealed, and with it, the possibility of redemption. I walked among the recovering performers, feeling both a part of and apart from the unfolding miracle. Each face I encountered told a story of struggle and renewal. The juggler's eyes shone with a newfound intensity, as if he had seen beyond the veil of despair. The contortionist, who had moved with ethereal grace in the midst of chaos, now carried herself with the quiet assurance of one who had faced the abyss and returned. Even the orchestrator, whose voice had once boomed with the authority of ancient decree, now spoke softly, a gentle murmur that suggested hope and humility. In that fragile morning light, the carnival was no longer a place of enforced merriment and hidden sorrow. It was a living testament to the human spirit's capacity to endure and transform. The unleashed carnival had become a crucible in which the past was not condemned but understood, a place where every shattered fragment of memory was given a chance to be remade into something beautiful and enduring. The curse, which had once seemed an inescapable fate, now appeared as a challenge, a call to arms for every soul brave enough to confront the darkness and, in doing so, to forge a future bathed in the light of redemption. I left the carnival that morning with a heart heavy with remembrance yet buoyed by hope. I knew that the unleashed energies of the night would forever alter the destiny of Heaven's Bend, and every life touched by the carnival's magic. And though the scars of that night would remain, a constant reminder of the struggles we had endured, they would also serve as the foundation upon which a new legacy could be built. Now, as I stand at the threshold of a new day, I understand that the carnival unleashed was not an end, but a beginning. It was the moment when the forces of chaos and beauty collided, birthing a new era in which every performer, every onlooker, could choose to rise above the pain of the past and embrace a future defined by compassion, resilience, and hope. The carnival is, and always will be, a reflection of the human soul, complex, multifaceted, and capable of both immense sorrow and boundless joy. In its unleashed state, it has shown us that even the most devastating curses can be overcome when we dare to confront the truth and transform it into our strength. I will carry the memory of that night with me always, a vivid reminder that darkness is never absolute, and that from the most tumultuous storms can emerge the brightest dawns. The unleashed carnival, in all its wild, unbridled intensity, has given us the chance to redefine our legacy, and in doing so, it has set us free. The night of the final confrontation arrived with an oppressive stillness that belied the storm of emotion churning inside me. In the weeks since the carnival's darker truths had been unveiled, I had felt an inexorable pull toward this culminating moment, a moment when fate and free will would clash beneath the heavy canvas of the big top. Every step I took through the carnival grounds on that fateful evening reverberated with memories, warnings, and the quiet urgency of destiny itself. I knew that the time had come to face the cursed legacy that had haunted Heaven's Bend for generations and, in doing so, determine once and for all whether I would be the harbinger of its destruction or its salvation. The carnival, as if aware of its final reckoning, appeared transformed. The neon lights that usually danced playfully along the midway were dim and flickering, struggling against the encroaching darkness. The air was thick with tension, punctuated by the distant rumble of thunder and the low murmur of anxious voices. Every performer, every curious onlooker, seemed to sense that nothing would ever be the same. I had spent countless hours wrestling with my own doubts and fears, each day bringing me closer to the truth hidden behind the painted smiles and elaborate illusions. And now, standing on the threshold of the big top, I realized that the carnival's fate, and my own, hung in the balance. I stepped through the enormous entrance of the big top, my heart pounding in sync with the steady beat of drums echoing from within. The interior of the tent was vast and cavernous, its shadows alive with swirling shapes that defied immediate recognition. Rows of seats stretched into the distance, though tonight they were nearly empty. Only a scattering of familiar faces remained, each one bearing the marks of both anticipation and dread. At the far end of the arena, upon a raised platform draped in tattered velvet, stood the figure who had long orchestrated the carnival's dark theatrics, the enigmatic ringleader, known simply as Sebastian. His presence commanded the space, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that was as unnerving as it was magnetic. For years he had been the keeper of the carnival's secrets, the embodiment of its curse. Now, as he surveyed the room with a mixture of challenge and sorrow, I knew that our long, anticipated confrontation was imminent. "Welcome," Sebastian intoned, his voice echoing through the silent expanse as if carried by ancient winds. "Tonight, we stand upon the threshold of truth. The time has come to choose our path, to succumb to the shadows of our past, or to cast them aside in the light of a new dawn." His words, though carefully measured, resonated with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. I could see in the eyes of those gathered not only the burden of years spent in sorrow, but also a glimmer of hope. A hope that the curse might be undone, that the carnival might finally be free. I took my place among the assembled souls, feeling the weight of every life and every memory that had led to this moment. The atmosphere was electric with unspoken determination. I remembered the whispered prophecies of the fortune teller, Madame Leora's solemn warning about the duality of fate, and the quiet resolve in the voices of the performers who had dared to speak of redemption. It was all converging here, beneath the faded grandeur of this once joyful arena, now turned into a battleground of destiny. For a long moment, silence reigned, broken only by the distant roll of thunder. Then, with a deliberate motion, Sebastian raised his hand and summoned the first of the forces that had long haunted our existence. The very air within the tent seemed to tremble as spectral images began to coalesce on the stage. Fleeting visions of the carnival's past, ghostly performers and lost souls who had sacrificed everything in the name of art and immortality. Their expressions were a mixture of ecstasy and despair, as if each life contained both the brilliance of 1,000 dreams and the weight of an endless curse. I felt tears prick at my eyes as I recognized familiar faces in those apparitions, each one a reminder of promises made and broken, of joys that had long since faded into myth. The power of these images was overwhelming. I recalled every lesson learned in the hidden archives of sin and memory, every secret shared in hushed gatherings behind the velvet curtains of the backstage. The carnival's history was not simply a collection of tragic events, but a living, breathing force, a force that had defined our very existence. Now, as I looked upon those spectral forms, I realized that they were not here merely to haunt us. They were here to bear witness to the culmination of our struggle. They were the past incarnate, urging us to confront our collective guilt, our shared sorrow, and the possibility of absolution. Sebastian's voice rang out once more, louder and more insistent. "You, who have borne the weight of this cursed legacy, must now choose your allegiance. Will you cling to the old ways, imprisoned by fear and regret? Or will you rise above the darkness and reclaim your destiny as the architect of a future unburdened by our sins?" His gaze swept over the crowd, searching, as if he could read the truth in every pair of eyes. I felt the intensity of his question reverberate within me. I thought of the medallion that had vanished during the ritual of hope. I thought of the countless nights spent in the archive of echoes and the whispered revelations shared in secret gatherings. I thought of every sacrifice made by those who believed in the possibility of transformation. And in that moment, as if answering a silent call from deep within, I stepped forward. With measured determination, I strode towards Sebastian's platform. The room fell into a deeper silence as every pair of eyes fixed on me. I recalled Madame Leora's words, that the reincarnate of the carnival's founder carried the power to either perpetuate the curse or break its vicious cycle. I was that reincarnate, burdened with both the sorrow of ages and the possibility of renewal. My heart pounded in my ears, each beat echoing the hopes and fears of all those who had come before. "Sebastian," I said, my voice trembling yet resolute, "I have walked the long path of our legacy. I have seen the sorrow hidden beneath the painted smiles, the weight of our sins inscribed in every corner of this place. But I also see a spark, a glimmer of hope in every tear, every memory, every whispered prayer for redemption. I choose to break this cycle. I choose to reclaim our future from the grip of the past." A murmur of approval rippled through the gathered crowd. Sebastian's eyes narrowed, and for a long, tense moment, our gazes locked. I could see in his expression the conflict of a man who had been both guardian and jailer of this legacy. A man who had witnessed the beauty and the horror of our shared fate. Then, with a slow, deliberate nod, he stepped aside as though acknowledging that the decision was no longer his to command. At that moment, a great stirring arose from the far end of the stage. The very canvas of the tent shuddered, as if in response to the seismic shift in our collective will. A low hum filled the air, a sound that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. From the shadows emerged a figure whose presence radiated an almost blinding light, contrasting sharply with the gloom that had enveloped us for so long. It was as if the spirit of the carnival's founder had finally returned to stand beside me, to lend his ancient strength to our cause. This spectral figure, draped in garments that shimmered like stardust and bearing an aura of both regality and sorrow, raised his hands to the heavens. "The curse has endured for too long," his voice boomed, resonating with a power that shook the very foundations of the tent. "For generations, we have been chained by the sins of our forebears, tormented by the memories of a past that refuses to die. But tonight, with the courage of one reincarnate and the will of all who dare to dream, we shall cast off these bonds and step into the light of a new dawn." A surge of energy swept through the tent. The spectral images on stage began to glow with a vibrant intensity, their once dim faces now transformed with expressions of hope rather than despair. The air crackled with an almost tangible force, a fusion of ancient magic and the raw determination of the human spirit. I could feel that this moment was a turning point, an irreversible rupture in the cycle of darkness that had held us captive for so long. The founder's apparition extended his hand toward me. I reached out and grasped it, and in that electrifying instant, I felt a torrent of memories and emotions flood my consciousness. I saw the birth of the carnival in a blaze of brilliant light, the aspirations of its founders, and the sacrifices made in the name of art and immortality. I felt the agonizing weight of every betrayal, every lost love, every regret that had been etched into the soul of this place. And yet, intermingled with that sorrow was an undeniable, almost incandescent hope, a promise that the future could be remade through the alchemy of love, forgiveness, and resolute courage. The energy coursing through me was both overwhelming and liberating. I sensed that every performer, every lost soul, every witness to this unfolding drama was now connected by a single, unifying thread. The desire to be free of the curse that had defined our existence for so long. In that singular moment of communion, I knew that the final confrontation was not simply a battle against an external force, but a profound internal struggle to reclaim our humanity from the clutches of despair. As the founder's ethereal form slowly began to fade, his last words echoed in my mind. "You are the key, the spark that will ignite our redemption. Let your heart guide you, and together, we shall forge a future where the shadows of our past no longer hold dominion over our souls." With those words resonating deep within me, I turned my gaze back to the assembled crowd. I saw in their eyes the reflection of my own resolve, a determination that shone brighter than any darkness, Then, with all the power I could muster, I stepped forward and raised my voice. Tonight, we reclaim our legacy. No longer shall we be defined by our sins, nor by the sorrow of our memories. We stand together as one, united by the hope that burns within us. I call upon each of you, every performer, every dreamer, every soul touched by this carnival, to join me in breaking these chains. Let us write a new chapter, one where our past is honored but does not control us, where our future is ours to create. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, a sound that seemed to shake the very fabric of the tent. In that overwhelming moment, I felt the curse begin to unravel. The spectral apparitions on stage shimmered, and then dissolved into a cascade of light, their agonized expressions giving way to relief and transcendence. The oppressive darkness that had long suffocated us was slowly being replaced by a warm, radiant glow, a light that came not from above, but from the hearts of every individual present. Sebastian, the once formidable orchestrator of our collective despair, stepped forward once more. His eyes, now softened by the tide of change, met mine with a mixture of resignation and hope. "You have chosen a difficult path," he said quietly. "The road ahead will be arduous, and the scars of our past will not vanish overnight. But tonight, we have taken the first step toward our liberation." His voice, heavy with the burden of countless years, seemed to carry a promise that was as fragile as it was vital. As the night gave way to the early hues of dawn, the carnival began to transform before our eyes. Tattered tents were slowly being repaired by calloused hands, the shattered remnants of old attractions replaced by signs of renewal. The performers, once tormented by the weight of the curse, now moved with a cautious grace, their eyes reflecting not the despair of yesterday, but the hope of a new beginning. In that stirring moment, I knew that our struggle was far from over, but that the battle had been irrevocably turned in our favor. Standing there in the soft glow of the emerging day, I felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose. I understood now that the final confrontation was not an end, but a transition, a metamorphosis from the dark legacy of our past to a future defined by resilience and possibility. I had faced the curse head-on, and in doing so, had discovered within myself a strength I had never known existed. More importantly, I had ignited a spark in the hearts of all those who had long suffered under the shadow of our collective sorrow. In the days that followed, as the carnival resumed its rhythm with a renewed spirit, I made a solemn vow to continue the work we had begun that night. I would strive to honor every sacrifice, every tear, and every whispered hope, ensuring that the legacy of our past would serve as a foundation upon which a brighter future could be built. And as I looked out over the transformed carnival grounds, place no longer defined solely by its cursed history, but by the promise of redemption, I felt an overwhelming conviction that we had indeed reclaimed our destiny. Now, as I pen these final lines in the afterglow of that transformative night, I know that the final confrontation was not merely a battle against external forces, but an inward journey to reconcile our deepest wounds with the power of hope. The carnival, with all its scars and beauty, stands as a living testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. And though our journey toward healing and redemption will continue for years to come, I am confident that together we can rise above the legacy of sorrow and forge a future filled with light. I step forward each day, carrying the memories of that night in my heart, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is the potential for rebirth, for transformation, and for the triumph of hope over despair. The final confrontation has passed into legend, a story that will be told for generations as proof that when we dare to face our own demons, we can change the world. In that spirit, I invite you to join me as we move forward into this new era, a time when the carnival is no longer a place of fear and cursed memories, but a sanctuary where every soul can find the strength to embrace the future. Our past will always be a part of us, but it does not have to dictate our destiny. Instead, let it serve as a reminder of the power we possess to overcome even the most insidious of curses. As the sun rises higher and bathes the carnival in gentle, golden light, I smile, knowing that the journey toward redemption is a continuous one, and that every new day brings with it the promise of healing and hope. I am ready to lead, to learn, and to help rebuild what was lost, for I have seen firsthand the transformative power of courage, unity, and love. And so, with my heart full and my spirit unburdened by the chains of the past, I step boldly into the future, a future that we will shape together, one day, one act of kindness, and one moment of truth at a time. I leave the big top that day with a deep understanding that the final confrontation was only the beginning. The legacy of the carnival, with all its sorrow and splendor, will continue to evolve as long as we have the strength to confront our past and the wisdom to embrace our future. And as I take one last look at the transformed carnival grounds, a place reborn from the ashes of despair, I feel an overwhelming sense of hope. For I know now that the true measure of our destiny lies not in the shadows of our former sins, but in the light we choose to create from them. I stand at the threshold of a new era, a precipice where the past and future converge in one decisive moment. The carnival, the very essence of our collective joy and sorrow, has led me here to this final reckoning. The journey has been long and arduous, each step laden with both torment and hope. Now, as twilight deepens into a starless night, I prepare myself to confront the legacy that has haunted us for generations. The air is cool and heavy with expectancy. Every shadow, every whisper in the wind, seems to speak of fate and possibility. It all began when I first sensed that the carnival was not merely an assemblage of colorful tents and jubilant performers, but a living organism, its heart beating in time with our own hidden sorrows. For years, I had seen the signs, a glimmer of despair behind painted smiles, a tear concealed beneath laughter, a secret hope shining in defiant eyes. All these threads wove together the tapestry of our cursed legacy. And now, standing here beneath the canopy of the big top, I know that the time has come to choose it, either to let that curse define us forever, or to break its chains once and for all. I take a deep breath and step into the center of the arena. The tent is vast and dimly lit, its expanse filled with rows of empty seats that have borne witness to countless performances of love, loss, and rebellion. Every inch of the space vibrates with memories of what has been, and the promise of what might yet be. The lingering echoes of the past resonate in the quiet, as if the very walls are whispering secrets of ancient pacts, hidden sacrifices, and dreams that were once allowed to bloom. I know that tonight, these echoes will not be content with mere remembrance. They demand transformation. At the far end of the arena, atop a raised platform draped in deep crimson velvet, stands the figure who has long been both tormentor and our guide, Sebastian. His eyes, once burning with the arrogance of command, now shimmer with a vulnerability that speaks of long-held regret. For years he has upheld the traditions of the carnival, ensuring that its legacy of both wonder and woe endured. But now, as the weight of his own memories presses upon him, I sense that even he stands at a crossroads. His voice, measured and resonant, fills the space as he speaks. This night, we gather to face the truth of our existence. The curse that has bound us for generations must either be accepted as our fate or cast aside, so that we might emerge anew. His words reverberate in the silence that follows, and I feel every soul in the tent poised on the edge of destiny. In that charged moment, I recall the long, winding path that led me here, the nights spent in dimly lit archives poring over diaries and letters that recounted secrets too painful to forget, the whispered confidences shared by performers whose eyes betrayed the sorrow behind their smiles, the guidance of Madame Leora, who foretold the coming of a reincarnate capable of either mending or perpetuating our curse. All these memories converge like a great river, carrying with them the hopes and despair of countless lives. I am that reincarnate, burdened with the legacy of a founder whose dream of eternal art came at the cost of eternal sorrow. And now I must decide whether to honor that legacy or to forge a new path. As I advance toward the platform, the tent seems to come alive with the murmurs of the past. Faces from old photographs and faded memories flicker at the edges of my vision, urging me to remember that every tear and every smile has led to this moment. I see in my mind's eye the faces of those who suffered, who loved and lost, who dared to dream even as the curse weighed them down. Their voices, soft yet insistent, mingle with the present. Remember us, heal us, break the cycle. And I answer with my own silent vow, I will not allow the sorrow of our shared past to imprison us any longer. Sebastian's eyes meet mine, and in that gaze I sense both challenge and acceptance. The time has come, he intones, to choose our destiny. Will we be forever cursed by the sins of our ancestors, or will we rise above them, healed by the light of our own compassion? His words, at once an accusation and an invitation, fill the space with a palpable intensity. I feel the eyes of every performer, every caretaker, every soul who has ever graced these grounds upon me. Their silent hopes and unspoken fears converge into a single, resonant heartbeat that I can almost touch. At that moment, something unexpected happens. A sudden burst of brilliant light, as if the very heavens had opened. In the center of the stage, a figure appears, radiant and ethereal, shrouded in the soft glow of a dawn that seems to have arrived before its time. I gasp as I realize that this is the spectral form of the carnival's founder, a presence both majestic and mournful. His appearance is a living testament to the legacy that has burdened us for so long. A legacy forged in passion, sacrifice, and a desire to transcend the mundane. His eyes, full of both pride and sorrow, scan the assembled crowd, and then he speaks in a voice that seems to emanate from the depths of eternity. I have watched over you all, from the birth of this carnival until this fateful night. My dream was to create a sanctuary of art and wonder, yet in my ambition, I bound us to a cycle of pain. Now, the choice is yours. To continue down the path of cursed repetition, or to embrace the healing power that lies within each of your hearts. The founder's words resonate deeply within me, stirring an inner fire that has long been dormant. I step forward and join him on the platform, my hand trembling as I reach out to touch his spectral form. In that instant, memories rush through me, visions of a time when the carnival was filled with joyous laughter, of nights spent under a starlit sky where dreams soared free and unburdened. I see the faces of those who dared to defy fate, whose courage shone like a beacon amidst the darkness, and I feel an overwhelming certainty that the time has come to break the chains of our ancient curse. I raise my voice, clear and unwavering, so that all may hear. We have suffered long under the weight of our past. The sins of our forebears have cast a shadow over every performance, every tear, every silent plea for redemption. But no longer. Tonight we stand together, united by the belief that our destiny is not written in the ink of regret, but in the light of hope. I choose to break the cycle. I choose to reclaim our future from the darkness that has held us captive for too long. A wave of murmurs sweeps through the tent, and I see faces uplifted with cautious optimism. Some weep openly, not from sorrow but from relief. Others clench their fists, their eyes blazing with newfound resolve. Sebastian's expression softens, a mixture of admiration and resignation passing over his features as he concedes that the time for change has finally come. Then let it be so, he declares, his voice now gentler but imbued with the gravity of his years. Let us begin the reckoning. Let us cast aside the chains that have bound us, and together we shall rebuild a carnival not of curses, but of promise. At his signal, the atmosphere in the tent shifts dramatically. The oppressive darkness that had once seemed impenetrable now recedes, replaced by a subtle, pulsating glow. The spectral forms of past performers, which had earlier appeared as mournful apparitions, begin to transform. Their faces, once etched with endless sorrow, now reflect a tentative hope. They seem to smile, a slow, gentle curve of lips that suggests forgiveness and renewal. I watch in awe as the energy of the founder's apparition mingles with the collective will of everyone present. forging a tangible force that fills the space with the promise of healing. I step toward the center of that radiant circle, feeling as though I am both the culmination of our tortured past and the herald of our future rebirth. Every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, every tear shed in despair has led to this moment. I can feel the power of love and redemption coursing through my veins, mingling with the ancient energies that have defined our legacy for so long. In that charged moment, I understand that the true reckoning is not a battle fought with weapons or curses, but a battle of the spirit, a struggle to reclaim our very souls from the clutches of despair. The Founder's spectral hand reaches out, and I grasp it firmly. His touch is cool yet imbued with a warmth that defies logic, a warmth that speaks of forgiveness and the transformative power of love. Remember, he intones softly, the curse was never an immutable sentence. It was a challenge, a call to rise, to overcome, and to transform our pain into the very fuel of our redemption. Our sins do not define us, our choices do. His words, like a benediction, echo in my mind and infuse me with an unshakable resolve. As the first rays of dawn begin to pierce the darkness outside, the energy in the tent reaches its zenith. A resounding cheer bursts forth from the assembled crowd, a chorus of voices, united in hope and defiance. The once cursed carnival now seems to shimmer with the promise of a new beginning. The spectral apparitions dissolve into streams of light that mingle with the rising sun, their lingering sadness replaced by a gentle, transcendent joy. I feel tears streaming down my face, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming gratitude and relief. In that final, transformative moment, I understand that our legacy has been rewritten. The curse that once threatened to imprison us has been broken by the strength of our collective will, the courage to face our darkest memories, and the unyielding belief in the power of redemption. I know that the path ahead will not be free of challenges. The scars of our past will always remain, but now they serve as reminders of our resilience, our capacity to change, and our unquenchable desire for hope. As I step out of the big top into the crisp light of the new day, the carnival around me is no longer a monument to despair, but a living testament to our capacity for transformation. Tattered tents are being mended, broken attractions are being restored, and performers move with a lightness in their step that had long been absent. The faces of those who once wore their sorrow, like a shroud, now beam with genuine smiles, the kind that reflect not a denial of pain, but the triumph of overcoming it. I pause for a moment at the edge of the grounds, gazing out over Heaven's Bend. The town, too, seems to be waking from a long, troubled slumber. In the soft light of dawn, every roof, every window, every face in the streets carries the quiet promise of renewal. I know that the journey is far from over. There will be days when the echoes of our past threaten to resurface, when old wounds will sting anew. But tonight, we have taken the first step toward healing, toward building a future not defined by the mistakes of our forebears, but by the choices we make in the light of redemption. I feel an immense gratitude swell within me, for the sacrifices made, for the courage of those who dared to dream, even when the odds were insurmountable, and for the enduring strength of the human spirit. I have learned that while our past is indelibly etched into our souls, it is not a prison but a foundation upon which we can build a brighter tomorrow. Our legacy is not written solely in sorrow and regret, but also in the hope that rises when we dare to face our demons and choose love over despair. With that thought steady in my heart, I turn back toward the carnival, determined to continue the work that began this fateful night. I will nurture the seeds of hope that have been planted, tend to the wounded spirits of my fellow performers, and ensure that our story becomes one of healing and redemption for all. I pledge to honor the memory of every lost soul and every sacrifice made along the way by forging a future where the carnival is celebrated not as a curse, but as a testament to our capacity to overcome. As I take my first steps on this new path, I know that I am not alone. Behind me stands Sebastian, no longer a symbol of our torment, but a guide who has chosen to embrace change. beside me. The faces of the performers shine with determination and joy, and in the distance, the people of Heaven's Bend look on with hope. Together, we have faced the darkest aspects of our existence and emerged stronger, united by the realization that our destiny lies in our hands. Now, in the glow of the newborn sun, I smile that is no longer forced or painted but genuine, born of the deep, abiding knowledge that we are, at last, free. Free to create, to love, to live without the oppressive weight of a curse that has defined us for far too long. Tonight was not an end, but a beginning, a reckoning that has set us on the path to becoming the authors of our own destiny. I step forward, heart light and spirit renewed, ready to embrace the promise of tomorrow. The carnival, with all its scars and splendor, is reborn in this moment of clarity and hope. And though the memories of our troubled past will always be with us, they no longer dictate our future. Instead, they serve as a reminder that from the depths of despair, the brightest light can emerge when we choose to confront our demons and, in doing so, reclaim our humanity. I know now that I am both cursed and cured, born of a legacy steeped in sorrow, yet redeemed by the transformative power of hope and love. And so, with every step I take into the future, I carry with me the promise that we can together shape a destiny defined not by our failures, but by our unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. I close my eyes, feeling the gentle warmth of the rising sun on my face, and in that quiet moment, I offer a silent prayer, a prayer for forgiveness, for healing, and for the strength to build a future filled with light. The final confrontation is over, but the work of redemption has only just begun. And I, along with all those who share in this legacy, will walk this path with courage, compassion, and the certainty that no matter how dark our past, the promise of a new dawn is always within reach. I step forward into the new day, resolute in my belief that our destiny is ours to create. The carnival is reborn, and with it, so are we.